All right, welcome to this free Skool course where I will teach you how to predictably grow a YouTube channel without guessing what ideas to make and without posting video after video only to get a whopping 17 views. And I say that because in the last year, I've grown 2 of my own channels past 20,000 subscribers each in under 90 days. I've worked with really big names like Eric, he's a YouTuber with over 17 million subscribers who personally DM'd me on Instagram. Dan Martell's team, a YouTuber with 2 million subscribers who emailed me wanting to hop on a call to pick my brain about content. And now I work with Max Pearson, somebody I looked up to for years in the entrepreneur space who makes over $250K a month. And at this point, I've worked on over 15, 16 videos that have all generated over 1 million views, and some of my own videos on my own channel that have generated hundreds of thousands of views and basically turned subscribers, viewers, into buyers, all with organic traffic. It's the exact same system that I used to generate over $80,000 in the last month alone for myself with my organic YouTube channel of only 24,000 subscribers. I've also worked with over 100 plus creators, helping them all change their lives through YouTube. I have students like Charlotte who made over $1 million in her agency, and she said that this was one of the best mentoringships that she's ever had or ever even received. I've also helped one of my past students, Frank, go from being stuck at 90 subscribers for almost a year for his first few videos, and then his first ever video after working with me, he got over 20,000 views, closed 3 high-ticket sales from it, and has over 1,000 subscribers just from one video alone. And now I have students who are making more than full-time salaries every single month with YouTube. I have students who are blowing up into the hundreds of thousands of subscriber range, getting millions and millions of views on some videos. And now I'm giving everything away that I've ever learned completely for free. So join the community, go through the program, learn a ton, be consistent, and be active inside when you join, and I'll see you inside. All right, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, it is very important. It's not going to be super actionable just yet. We will have actions to take in this video, but the next video is where the fun's going to start to really come into play. But I don't want you guys to skip ahead. Make sure you stop and you watch this video. It's very, very important. What we're going to do in this video is we're going to get very clear on our niche and basically just clarity on our content. We are going to get very crystal clear on our content, okay? The main reason we want to get very clear or have clarity when it comes to our YouTube content is because if we do not have clarity with our own content, what makes you think that the audience, the viewers, will have any clarity when watching our content? And you have to remember, most of you guys watching this are probably not entertainment, which, by the way, if you are, that's fine. This is all applicable. But most of you guys are probably education focused, right? And if you're education focused, most people are going to watch your YouTube videos for a perceived value that they're going to get. They have a perception of a certain amount of value that they're going to get from watching your videos. Because when you start on YouTube, I'm sorry it sounds harsh, but nobody cares about you. They only click when you're the new kid on the block if you package your video well enough and have an idea good enough to make them feel like they're going to get value from you. So when you notice, when you understand that, you understand why it's so important to come up with a niche and to get clear on your content. But a lot of people struggle with this. So we're going to fix that today. We're going to jump right in. First, we need to understand, the very first thing we need to understand is there are levels to the game of YouTube. And don't be mistaken, YouTube is a game. Now, the first foundation to the levels that I need you to understand are really 2 different channel archetypes. There are really 2 different channels that you can build on YouTube, and there are only really 2 different reasons, okay? It's a hobby channel and a business channel. These are really the only 2. Of course, we have like capture content and conversion content, which we'll talk more about later, but for now, it's really you have a hobby channel or you have a business channel. This is how I like to go about segmentation of channels, or how I like to segment it. So what are these? What's a hobby channel? What's a business channel? A hobby channel is, I like to think of these more so as entertainment type channels. Think Mr. Beast, Eric, that kind of thing. You can make money from it long term, but really your main goal with this is for vanity metrics and to be famous, right? To grow a big channel or to, make videos just about hobbies. Maybe you could care less about earning money. You just want to make videos about, let's say that you are learning how to become a video editor or an animator and you want to learn how to do that. Well, you could create a hobby channel documenting your journey, where you could care less about selling anything. You just want to have fun documenting your journey. You want people to watch. Totally fine. There's nothing wrong with this, right? But most of you guys are watching because you are in education, where you are teaching something or talking about something. And your goal with YouTube is to convert those viewers into buyers or leads of some sort, right? And if that's you, you're a business channel, conversion channel. Now, I want to go into what the problem with this is, okay? Because most people actually have zero or no idea what their channel is actually about. And on top of that, when they do understand what their channel is about, they still lack a lot of clarity. And this is going to be the key word that we go into today, clarity. And if you want to scale anything, guys, not only just a YouTube channel, but anything, and get good results, you need to have clarity. Now, before I share an example with you, again, just to drill in why it's so important to have clarity within YouTube, I want to talk about the current YouTube landscape that we're in today. Now, we fundamentally live in a time where the social media landscape, the YouTube DNA, the YouTube landscape, the way it works, the way it operates, it's operating in a thing called interest media. So what is interest media? You need to understand this so that you know how to work in tandem with the way YouTube pushes videos, okay? Because here's the thing. Most people think that the algorithm completely hates them, but that's not the case. The algorithm doesn't hate you, and we'll talk about this in future videos. The algorithm does not hate you. Oftentimes, the algorithm is actually pushing your videos, but it's you and your fault that the reason you think that the YouTube algorithm isn't pushing you, because you're not working in tandem or with synergy to how the YouTube algorithm actually works. And the first way to understand this is to understand that we live in a time of interest media. What does this mean? Well, to understand what interest media is, I first need to take you back to how YouTube used to work, okay? Now, the way YouTube used to work, let's say 2015 to, I don't know, 2019-ish, right? The way YouTube used to work in that time frame was we used to make a video and YouTube would push that video to just everybody. So basically right here, imagine this blue circle is every single human being who watches YouTube videos, right? All interested in different things. It's just everybody on YouTube. Now this is the total YouTube TAM. What is TAM? TAM stands for total addressable market, meaning the total amount of people, right? Basically. So the total YouTube addressable market, or basically everybody who watches YouTube, the way it used to work is YouTube, you would post a video and it would push it out to the total amount of people who watch YouTube. And it would send it to a few of those people. And if those people clicked and watched, cool, it would send it out to more people, right? And this is why it was so easy to grow on YouTube back then, because you could kind of post whatever you wanted. It didn't really matter. And you would grow. But like anything, the YouTube algorithm has evolved and it has grown some strong legs, some footing, and it has really become something powerful. And now it doesn't work this way, even though a lot of people still think it does. So how does it work now? Well, now what happens is we post a YouTube video, right? And in that YouTube video, we usually say a lot of words, and we usually have a title, and we usually have a description underneath the video, right? This is the description. Well, what YouTube is really good at doing is it goes and analyzes your video and reads the transcription. And then what it does is it analyzes the words that you used in your title, and it analyzes the words that you used in your description. And it uses all of this data to come up with a best guess or assumption as to who this video is targeting, right? So let's say, for example, I am making a video about playing guitar, right? So if I'm making a video teaching somebody how to play guitar, it's going to read the transcription of the video. It's going to read the title where I say how to play an Ed Sheeran song on guitar. And it's going to read the description where I talk about the keys that I use or whatever I use to play this song on guitar. And it's going to come up with a best guess and say, Dylan is making a video talking about guitar. Great, right? Now what the YouTube algorithm is going to do is it's going to go in this total addressable market of everybody that exists on YouTube, i.e. the blue circle, and it's going to only search for the people who are interested in guitar playing. Now, this total addressable market, or TAM, this total addressable market of people who are only interested in guitar, this could be like 50 million people. So what it's going to do first is YouTube is going to now feed this video of yours first to a small group inside of this interest group of people who are interested in guitar. And it's going to show it to a few people. And if people click and watch in this first group that it shows it to, then it's going to expand your video. And now it's going to show your video to people in a bigger total addressable market, still only to people who are interested in guitar. And if this continues to show it to more people and more people click and watch, it'll continue to expand the reach to a wider and wider total addressable market, to a point where you go viral. My point of saying this is, the way the YouTube algorithm works now is it focuses on interest. It focuses on interest groups. It focuses on what interests you're talking about, what topic you're talking about, and it feeds your video only to people who are interested in that topic, right? So if you don't have a niche or you don't have clarity in your content and you make a video, let's say one day you make a video about AI, and the next day you make a video about guitar, and the next day you make a video about fishing, the YouTube algorithm will be utterly confused and it will not know who to push it to. Therefore, it will not push it to anyone, okay? This is why you cannot just make videos about whatever you want. This is why you have to come up with a niche and come up with content clarity or get clarity on your content. Versus if I make, 3 YouTube videos and all 3 of these videos are about making guitar, well, every single time I post a video now, as long as it's about making guitar, the YouTube algorithm will have more and more data to more accurately push these videos to a total addressable market of people who are interested in guitar, right? And I will be working in tandem with how the YouTube algorithm works. And in effect, I will get better results, right? For example, when you go to my YouTube channel, it is extremely clear what I make content about. When you click onto my channel, you could go to videos and you instantly see everything's related to YouTube, right? Whether it's in the title or whether it's in the thumbnail, you could clearly see every video I make is about YouTube. And this is how your channel should be. It should be very specific to the niche that you operate in, okay? So this fundamentally is why we need to have a niche and really what interest media is. So I want to paint a picture with you, though, just to get even more clarity on this so you fully understand. You understood now why you need a niche, but why do you need so much clarity with YouTube? Well, this right here, guys, is a photo of one of the biggest malls in the United States. I want you to imagine that I drop you off at this mall, okay? And I just tell you, hey, go walk around, go wander around. So you wander around, and let's say that you're on this first floor and you want to go up to the second floor. But let's say that the escalator right here is broken. Well, what are you going to do? Well, you don't really have any specific place you're trying to go, and you wanted to go up to the next floor, but you didn't fully walk around this floor. So if the escalator is broken, you're just like, whatever, forget it. I'll just keep walking around this floor here, right? Now, alternatively, imagine that I drop you off at the same mall, and I say, hey, I need you to go to the very top floor of this mall where the food cafeteria is, and right near the McDonald's, there's an Apple store. I need you to go in there, and I need you to buy a 16-inch MacBook Pro so that we could edit better videos. Well, now, if I drop you off on the first floor and you come across this broken escalator, well, now this roadblock isn't going to divert you somewhere else. No, because you have clarity on where you need to go. So you're going to go around this roadblock, right? What you're going to do is maybe if this is broken, you're going to go find an elevator instead of an escalator. Maybe you're going to go find stairs. You're going to find a different way to go up each one of these floors to get to your end goal destination, which is the Apple store over here near the cafeteria, right? Why? Because you have clarity. And when you have clarity, and when obstacles inevitably come in your way, and they will come in your way, well, now they're not obstacles that completely stop you and make you quit. Now they're just small obstacles or big obstacles that you find a way around because you know where you're going. And this is why it's so important to have content clarity. And this is why I see so many people quit on YouTube, because they don't have it. So how can we actually get this clarity? Well, this is where we have some action, guys. I want you to go through these 4 questions. Now, I have a quick little plug, shameless plug, inside of the next tier up, inside of the Skool community, the YouTube Premium. If you join that, I actually have resources where you can completely fill out a full worksheet on how to get extremely clear on your niche and on your content pillars and everything. But for now, I still wanted to give you guys a lot of value and take you through a really good exercise that will still get you really far. So you don't have to go upgrade to move on. You can just do this and you could still move on and be successful. With that being said, the first question I want you to ask is, what do people usually come to you for advice about? What do people usually come to you for? For example, I'll give you my answers to these. For me, it's usually YouTube, right? And also business a little bit too. A lot of people have been coming to me for business advice recently, but let's say, to keep this super simple, let's say YouTube, right? That's what most people come to me for, to learn how to grow on YouTube. And then the next question you're going to ask yourself is, what could you talk about all day without getting bored? For me, I love entrepreneurship, business, and systems. Like, I'm obsessed with building systems and stuff, and I'm obsessed with YouTube. So for me, it's really like YouTube, business, and systems. This is something that I could talk about all day without getting bored, okay? So what are your hobbies in life outside of anything above? Because for me, my hobbies are business and YouTube, but what are my hobbies outside of that? Well, my hobbies outside of that are, I exercise a lot. I love lifting weights. I love learning about fitness. I love self-improvement. I love my family. I love playing guitar. I love learning things. I love doing really hard things like running marathons. I like running. So for this, to keep it really simple, you could write down all these things. For me, I'm going to write down, working out / running or whatever, lifting weights, whatever it is for you. Whatever it is for you. Try to keep it simple at first. Then the next question we're going to ask ourselves is, what is a unique skill that you have? For me, a unique skill that I have is editing and design, right? Because I spent a lot of time learning it. Editing, design, aesthetics, that kind of thing, right? So these are unique skills I have. Great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to extract this data to come up with our niche and to come up with content pillars to help us stand out and get clarity on our content, okay? So usually 9 out of 10 times, the answer to this first question becomes your niche. Meaning, if I answered YouTube to this, what is my niche going to be? My niche is going to be about teaching people how to grow on YouTube. Why? Because what most people come to me for is YouTube advice. Now, what can I talk about all day without getting bored? Business, systems, and YouTube. Great. Now, one of my content pillars is going to be business. Now, what are your hobbies in life? Working out. Great. So now one of my content pillars can be self-improvement. What are your unique skills? Editing and design. Now one of my content pillars is going to be editing and design. Now, how does this come into play here? How do we bring this all together? Well, now there's a lot of people who make content about how to grow on YouTube, but I can now stand out from the noise and be different and have more content clarity by using these content pillars to my advantage. Now, instead of saying how to grow on YouTube, maybe I could say how to grow a profitable business using YouTube, or how to, I could tie in self-improvement somehow, right? Or like maybe how to become more productive and make more content. That's a way I could tie that in. Or editing and design. Now I can make YouTube videos about, hey, how to grow on YouTube fast by learning this one editing trick. Now I can use these content pillars that I have that live inside of my main niche, YouTube growth, and I could use these pillars to make me unique within my YouTube growth space and stand out and provide more value, right? And have a unique advantage, unfair advantage. And also, in addition to that, I can now use experiences from each of these to create content. For example, I can now take my experience with running marathons and use that as analogies or stories or illustrations to not only become more authentic, relatable to my audience and build a stronger personal brand, but also to have a unique way of explaining YouTube that nobody else does. And I could say YouTube growth is like running a marathon, right? And then I could explain why that's the case. Why? Because this is one of my hobbies and it's something I've experienced in. So just these 4 questions could give you so much clarity, it's ridiculous on your content. And it could help you figure out what your niche is. This is like the MVP, the minimum viable product. As I said, I have a full Notion template where we go in depth on all of this to get even more clarity. But if you guys don't want to upgrade, that is totally fine. You will be super successful with just this. So let's continue on. Once you answer these, they become your content pillars, as we just talked about, right? And I just gave you guys an example. What I want you to do right now is I want you to pause this video and I want you to answer these questions for yourself. And once you're done answering these questions for yourself, I want you to come down to this quick win exercise, which is basically what I just told you to do. Pause the video, write these down for yourself. And as a result, you guys are gonna have a quick win right after this video. Your quick win is that you're gonna have extreme clarity on your content. You're gonna finally have a niche that you wanna operate in. So I hope that this was extremely helpful for you guys. Now, in the next lesson, what we're going to be going over is what a lot of you guys are waiting for, which is ideation, how to come up with really good YouTube ideas that are proven to perform well. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome to this video. This one is going to be a juicy one. This one is what most people are probably waiting for. With that being said, I hope that you guys did not skip any videos so far because they all build on each other and they're all very, very important. With that, I want to share with you the ideation method to absolutely come up with banger video ideas that are most likely to perform very well if you follow everything that we're going to go over today. Okay, with that being said, what I want you guys to do is first fundamentally understand that, and I say what I'm about to say because I have people come to me all the time saying, yo, Dylan, like, yeah, what's up, dude? They're like, dude, man, I swear YouTube's shadow banning me. I swear the algorithm hates me. And I'm like, dude, come on, how many videos have you posted? And they're like, 3. And I literally laugh. I'm like, okay, you're joking with me, right? Come on, 3? Guys, a lot of times people think that the algorithm hates them. They think that the algorithm is this mystical binary box made up of ones and zeros, and it's not, right? Fundamentally speaking, you guys need to understand the algorithm has one goal, and we covered it in the last video. And I'm not going to recap it to make sure that you guys are watching all the videos in order. But basically, we talked about in the last video interest media and how the YouTube's algorithm, the whole purpose of the algorithm is to figure out what your video is about and push it to that interest group of people who are interested in the topic you're talking about. With that being said, once YouTube does its job and sends it to the right group of people, the mechanism of who's actually clicking and watching are human beings. It's the audience, not the algorithm, the audience that actually decides whether your video sucks or not. And it's this realization and this understanding that really helps us create better videos because we stop taking a victim mentality and blaming the algorithm for a lack of success that was really our fault. So it's really important to understand this. It's really important to understand that the algorithm does not hate you. In fact, its whole goal as a business is to keep more people watching and on the platform. So if anything, it's more incentivized to push your videos. We just have to be better than the alternatives in our niche, which I'll explain, in order to make a bigger impact and get people to actually watch. Because the algorithm is going to do its job. The algorithm's really good at pushing our videos. In fact, I'll prove it to you right now with a video I made a few weeks ago. I knew it was going to be a bad performing video. I took it down, and now I use it as a great example of how the algorithm doesn't hate you, how it could just be you not making good videos. So what I want to do before we actually go into ideas, I want to first break this down for you. So I want to go into my YouTube channel. Well, if you go into your YouTube channel, you come up here to this top right icon, this profile photo, and scroll down to YouTube Studio and click on that. Now, when you click on this, you will be fed your dashboard of everything, right? All your analytics, everything. What we're going to want to do is we're going to come down to content right over here, content. Okay, click on that. And then what we're going to do is we are going to scroll down and find a video that we think the algorithm hates. So for me, I'm going to use this video as an example. When you find your video that you want to see, figure out if the algorithm hates it or not, because by the way, the reason I'm showing you this is if we look at our analytics, we can see if the algorithm does in fact hate us or if there's a deeper problem at play. And that's what we're trying to figure out right now. So back to YouTube here. When you find a video that you want to see that's not performing and you're like, man, the YouTube algorithm shadow banned me or it hates me, just come to the video and click this little analytics icon. Then what you're going to want to do is come over to reach, right? Now, it's important to see here, this video only got 293 views before I took it down. And there was a few reasons I took it down, not just because it wasn't performing well. I took it down because I realized that there was an issue with the video on the back half of it. But this video had 293 views at the time of taking it down. I could have said, man, the algorithm sucks. The algorithm hates me. I'm shadow banned. But if you come over to this reach tab, you'll see, if you look at impressions, impressions is a stat that basically shows you how many times the YouTube algorithm promoted your video. I can see that the YouTube algorithm actually promoted my video nearly 6,000 times to almost 6,000 people, right? So this video actually wasn't an issue of YouTube not pushing it. It pushed it to 6,000 people, right? The issue was I had my click-through rate percentage, which I'll have more talk more about analytics, but basically my click-through rate here, my percentage, meaning how many people actually clicked on my thumbnail or clicked on my video because of seeing my thumbnail and title, was very low, which means this wasn't a YouTube algorithm problem. This was a me problem, right? And I guarantee you that you would see a very similar situation in your analytics if you go on your YouTube and you go to a video that you think the algorithm hates and you do this exact same process. I could almost guarantee it. Now that we laid that foundation, that groundwork, that understanding that the YouTube algorithm doesn't hate you, in fact, it's more optimized to push you more than anything else, now I want to go into video ideation, because this is the first thing I need you to understand was what we just went over. The second thing I need you to understand, just some housekeeping stuff before we jump into the nitty-gritty, is the most important thing that you could possibly do when it comes to YouTube is the ideation, coming up with a good idea. That is the number one, bar none, most important thing that you can do for a video to be optimized to perform. Now, the second most important thing that you can do, and by the way, this comes extremely close to the level of importance, is having really good packaging, a really good title and thumbnail, which we'll talk about in the next video. But for now, we're going to focus on the ideation, the idea part of it, okay? Now, with that being said, I know that if you're watching this, you probably are going to laugh, chuckle, nod your head yes because of how well you're going to relate to this. But a lot of you guys probably are throwing videos at a wall, just left and right, and hoping something sticks, and really have no strategy behind coming up with YouTube ideas. Probably you, right? Or maybe you think that you have a little bit of a strategy, but not really. Well, we're going to fix that in this video. So with that being said, if you guys want to completely stop guessing when it comes to ideas and you want to post more high-performing ideas and you want to have it predictably done with a predictable strategy, and you want to be able to predictably find video ideas that are optimized to perform, then welcome to this video because this is going to do it. Now, the first thing we're going to talk about is what an outlier is. Now, if you guys have ever heard about the outlier theory, which I'm sure you have, stick with me because I'm going to show you something that I bet you haven't heard within this strategy that no one else ever talks about, but makes a massive difference, okay? Excuse me. So, first of all, what is an outlier, right? I get asked this a lot. Well, let's pretend that you start a YouTube channel today, okay? And let's pretend that on that YouTube channel, you post 3 videos. The very first video you post, let's say it gets only 5 views, right? Let's use red. It only gets 5 views. Now, let's say the next day you post another video, and that video only gets 7 views. But then the next day you post a third video, and this video gets 500,000 views. Now, this video right here that got 500,000 views, this is an outlier. An outlier is any video that performs exceptionally better than anything else on that YouTube channel. What we want to do is we want to find those outliers. We want to seek them out. We want to hunt for them, okay? That's what we want to do. Now, with that being said, if we want to seek these outliers out, what do we want to do when we find those outliers? What we want to do is we want to reverse engineer them, or we want to remix them, so that we can make them applicable to our videos, okay? Now, these are some insane strategies and tools that I normally use in order to do what I'm about to show you with like an 80 to 90% success rate. But that's going to be too advanced if I show you those insane strategies and tools. So what I'm going to do instead in this video is I'm going to go over only the free way of how to do this. Now, with that being said, I know I say that word way too much. With that being said, if you guys I'm sorry to do the plug really quick. If you guys join the premium version of this Skool community, I basically have like almost an hour and a half long masterclass on ideation and I go in step by step, not only how to do it the free way, more in depth, but also how to use the different tools and strategies that I talk about. I basically cover every single way I possibly humanly know on how to come up with banger viral ideas, including my personal way of doing it. What I'm about to show you guys, it's the easiest way to do it, and it's a free way to do it. So the other also, this isn't the way that I currently do it. This is how I used to do it when I started. So this will if you guys don't want to upgrade, don't feel pressured. It's totally fine. This will still work for you. This is still banger knowledge that you're about to get. So don't feel like it's not. But with that being said, if you want to take it even to the next level, then I highly recommend you join the premium tier of the Skool community. Anyways, that being said, let's move on, okay? So I'm only going to show you the free way of doing this today, and I'm only going to show you one way, which is the easiest way. Now, in order to do this, the first thing that you guys need to do is you need to download this plugin right here. It's a completely free Chrome extension by vidIQ. Now, I don't recommend you use vidIQ for anything. Don't use it for ideation. Please never use it to come up with your titles, and never use it for outliers or for keyword research or anything like that. I can't say that publicly probably. Anyways, I just don't recommend using vidIQ. I only recommend using one thing that vidIQ does extraordinarily well, which is this free Chrome extension that it has. Why? Well, because when we go into YouTube, right? Do you remember our whole purpose that we wanted to do with outliers is to find high-performing ideas, right? Well, if we go to the YouTube homepage after installing this free Chrome extension and we start scrolling, we'll start to see that underneath the video titles, we'll now have these widgets that we didn't have before. What these widgets are showing us the outlier score of every video on YouTube. This makes our life so easy because now we no longer need to assume that it's an outlier. The vidIQ free Chrome extension shows us that it's an outlier, right? So this video right here is a 67x outlier, meaning it performed 67 times better than anything else on his channel. Now, another really important widget that you always want to look at is this one right here, which is VPH, or views per hour. If this does not have many views per hour, then this video likely is no longer relevant, which means we should probably not make it. Now, there's two ways to go about this. One, we can just start scrolling through our homepage and try to find some outliers, which could work. But what I like to do is I like to search. We could do two things, right? I like to search within niches. Now, we're going to do this in two phases. I want to share with you guys as much context as possible. So first, I'm going to show you how to do outlier research, or how to come up with ideas based off of outliers. I'm going to show you how to do it right now within our own niche, which, by the way, I do not recommend, and I will explain why. And then I'm going to show you how to do it within other niches, okay? Let me give you an example. Let's pretend that I'm a drop shipping YouTuber, okay? Let's pretend that I have a YouTube channel and I make videos all about drop shipping. Great. Now, what I'm going to do is the first way to go about this is coming up with ideas based off of ideas that have performed really well in your niche, in your space. So to do that, the first thing I would do is come up to this search bar on YouTube, because remember, YouTube is the world's largest video search engine. And I'm just going to type in drop shipping, right here, drop shipping. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start scrolling, and I'm looking for these widgets that vidIQ's Chrome extension shows us. I'm looking for these widgets, and I want anything that shows to be a 20x outlier or more. So anything that has performed 20 times better than the channel average or more. If it is under 20x, it's not worth my time. So I'm going to scroll through here. Right away, the second video I found, 22x outlier. What is this video called? The only Shopify dropshipping tutorial you need 2025, ultimate step-by-step for beginners. Now, if I'm in the dropshipping space, what I would do, because this is an outlier, is I would take this video idea and I would say maybe change it just a little bit. And I would say the only dropshipping tutorial, or maybe I would say course, the only dropshipping course you need 2026, the ultimate step-by-step for beginners. Great. Now, if you do this, make sure you use a different thumbnail, because then you are going to just completely be copying, like verbatim. And if you do take video ideas within your niche, for example, if I am a dropshipping YouTuber and I find a high performing video about dropshipping and I recreate that, I cannot watch this video, because if I do, I will probably accidentally say a lot of the same things he does. And that is copying. That is not stealing like an artist. The whole premise of this outlier theory, where we're taking videos that have been proven to perform well, we're remixing them to be our own while keeping the core concept. The whole premise of this is stealing like an artist, not copying. If you guys don't know the difference, I highly recommend you read the book called Stealing Like an Artist. Okay, it's really good. That being said, why do I not recommend doing this? Why, if I'm a dropshipping YouTuber, why should I not go within the dropshipping niche to go see what's performed well and just remake those? Well, right now we fundamentally live in a time on YouTube where YouTube is very noisy. It is so much fluff, so much bark and no bite, so much, sorry, but crap. It is a lot of noise, a lot of people saying, hey, look at me, myself, and I, not giving real value, and a lot of copying, a lot of noise, a lot of the same exact thing, a lot of regurgitated AI. That's what YouTube is today. So how do we break free from the mold in order to stand out? How can we be different to break free from the noise and actually get results that other people aren't getting? Well, before I show you how to do that, I want to show you an example of why I don't recommend finding video ideas within your niche. And to do so, I need to show you this video here. So this is a video, one of my best performing videos on this channel specifically. It's called 6 Signs You're Going to Blow Up on YouTube. Keep going, okay? This video has 169,000 views. Now, how did I come up with this idea? Well, I was doing outlier research and I came across a video idea called 6 Signs That You're Going to Blow Up on YouTube. Keep going. Okay, that is the video idea that I found. And I said 6 signs, sorry, that wasn't it. It was 6 signs you're going to beat depression. Sorry, I had a full brain fart. The idea that I found when doing research was called 6 signs you're going to beat depression. Keep going. And I said 6 signs you're going to beat depression. That's really interesting. I saw that it was an outlier. It had millions of views. I was like, how can I make this applicable? Well, then I came up with this idea. I came up with the idea, 6 signs you're going to blow up on YouTube. Keep going. And what happened? Well, as a result, the video went viral for me, right? Which was great. But I was the first person to bring this video idea, 6 signs you're going to blow up on YouTube. I was the first person to bring this video idea into the YouTube growth niche. Why? Because I found the idea from a different niche, mental health. But look what happens, and I'm really sorry to put this guy, throw him underneath the bus. If you're watching this, I understand game is game. I apologize I'm using you as an example. I genuinely, no hate to you at all if you're watching this. But I want to go to this creator right now. And I want you to look at, he's in the YouTube growth, he's in my same niche, the YouTube growth niche. He has way more subscribers than me. He has 256,000 subscribers, right? He has like 200,000 more subscribers than me. Now, by the way, that video that I made, let me go back to my channel. That video that I made over here, 6 signs you're going to blow up on YouTube, keep going, that I found from a different niche. I was the first person to bring this into my space. I got 169,000 views and I posted this 8 months ago. Well, if you look at his videos and you come down here, and by the way, he's not the only creator. There's 3 other creators I've seen literally basically copy and paste this. Look at this video right here. 6 signs you're going to blow up on YouTube, keep going. Literally the exact same title. 102,000 views. Despite having 200,000 more subscribers than me, his video performed way less than me. Mine got almost like 68, 67,000 more views than him, despite being a way smaller channel. Why? Because his is just noise. No offense. His is just noise. Mine is new. It's original. Because I'm not copying outliers within my niche, I'm getting them from outside niches. This is the main thing I want you to remember. So let's go back to the dropshipping example. If I'm a dropshipping YouTuber and I want to find video ideas for dropshipping, what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to come up with adjacent niches, meaning What are similar niches to drop shipping that aren't drop shipping? Probably make money online, probably entrepreneurship, probably SMMA, probably agency, probably productivity or self-improvement, right? These are all adjacent niches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the YouTube search bar and I'm going to type in, if I'm a drop shipping YouTuber and I want to find good drop shipping ideas, I'll just type in make money online. Let's type in make money online, right? Let's type in this broad umbrella term, make money online. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through and we're going to try to find an outlier. Let's see. Boom, right here. This is a 100x outlier. This means it performed over 100 times better than anything else on this guy's channel. And what's the relevance, guys? Over a year ago it was posted, and yet it still has 92 views, not per day, per hour, which means there is still a lot of relevance. And it has 1.6 million views. So what am I going to do? How to actually make money online, no BS guide. If I'm a dropshipping YouTuber, I will say how to actually make money dropshipping, no BS guide. Boom. If you're a dropshipping YouTuber and you're watching this, you're welcome. This is a banger video idea. Banger, right? Let's keep going. Realistic passive income streams for beginners to make money online. 22x outlier, 153K views, 47 views per hour. Great. Realistic passive income streams for a drop shipper to make money online, or for drop shipping, for beginner drop shippers to make money online. Boom, you have a great video idea, right? Or let's try a different niche. Let's try productivity. And let's use a different example, right? Let's start over. So that was drop shipping. I want to show you guys that this works for everything. Let me think of a niche. Let's do trying to look around my office to find something. I don't want to use YouTube growth as a niche because it's too easy since it's my niche. Let's do I have ChatGPT open. Let's do AI. Let's do AI. All right, cool. So instead of typing in AI, even you type in make money online, for example. Let's do this again. Scroll down. How to actually make money online, no BS guide. I could say how to actually make money online with artificial intelligence or with AI, no BS guide, right? Boom, there you go. Or let's type in something like productivity, right? Because a lot of people try to use AI for productivity. So let's click on productivity. Let's scroll through until we find that good outlier score. So this is only a 16x outlier, so it's not good enough. Let's go and find, wow, here's another one, over 100x outlier. Okay, now right away, guys, I've been doing this for a really long time. Sorry, I realized I wasn't sharing my screen. I'll share my screen in a second. I've been doing this for a really long time. This title right here, how to be so whatever it feels illegal, is super overused. Do not use that one anymore. Anyways, with that being said though, what I did, because sorry, I realized I wasn't sharing my screen. AI, I was looking for AI. So I basically typed in productivity, searched it, and now I'm looking for this. This is a 16x outlier, not good enough. Let's keep scrolling. I found this. Now, just for example's sake, we could say how to be so productive using AI, it feels illegal. No skills needed, no experience needed. Boom. That is how I could take this video concept or this video idea and take the concept and make it applicable to AI. Now, feels illegal, that how to be so X, it feels illegal is super overused. So be careful if you use that one. Let's keep going, right? Right here, give me 12 minutes and I'll give you 30 years of productivity advice. Give me X minutes and I'll give you X years of AI advice. Boom, right? Top 5 productivity tips for, that's only a 14x outlier. Let's keep going. 100x outlier. The brutal truth about time management no one wants to hear. Ooh, this could be a banger one for any of you guys in AI. The brutal truth about artificial intelligence no one wants to hear. And then maybe you could even add something to, like, in parentheses, it's making us dumber, right? Or is it making us dumber? Wow, that's a banger. That would work, guys. That would work. So anyways, I hope you're getting the gist here. I think you guys are starting to get it of how it works, of how to go and search inside of other niches and then take the top performing outliers or videos and taking the concepts, making those the same, but making them applicable to your video idea, to your niche, right? Now, with that being said, what I want to do now is I want to give you guys a super quick win exercise. So I want you to go do exactly what I just showed you, and try to come up with 3 solid outlier ideas and post it in the community for everybody to see. And I want you to do that in the next 24 hours, okay? So I want you to go do this entire exercise that we just did. And I want you to post your 3 video ideas in the community for everybody to see. And I want you to do it in the next 24 hours. Now, what you guys have is extreme clarity on your content. And now what you guys have is the understanding of how to use one of the many ways to come up with outlier ideas to start your channel off super, super strong. But now, how do you actually get people to click and watch your videos? This is the next big question we're going to talk about, right? Really, what we're going to focus on in the next video is the click part. How do we actually get people to click onto our videos? So I will see you guys in the next video where we'll talk about packaging. All right, welcome to this video where we are going to be breaking down some more juicy information that will get you guys started and rolling and growing on YouTube. And I just know it's going to be some value bombs, some gems for you guys. So I'm super pumped, super excited to get into this, and I hope you guys are too. What are we talking about today? What are we even talking about? What are you going on about, Dylan? I'm talking to myself in third person. Well, today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking all about packaging that converts. Packaging that converts. I love teaching this lesson, guys. So I hope you guys are up for a fun time, a good time, and let's get rocking and rolling, okay? So let's jump right into it. How do we create packaging that converts? How do we do it? Well, first of all, I don't like that this is the case. I do not. But it is really important to understand that the thumbnail and the title, which i.e., by the way, are called packaging. So whenever anybody refers to packaging, they mean the title and the thumbnail of your video. Now, the title and the thumbnail, your packaging, it is the most important part of your video, hands down, underneath the idea. Remember, we talked about how ideation is the most important. Having a good idea is number 1 importance. But the second thing in a really close runner-up to the level of importance is going to be your packaging, your title, and your thumbnail. It is crucial because as Mr. Beast famously says, who's the world's biggest YouTuber, if they do not click, they do not watch. You have to fundamentally remember that your packaging, which by the way, guys, is your thumbnail, which is the photo that you use. And I'm sorry I have to go over this, but some people don't even know what this is. The thumbnail is the photo that you use to, get somebody to have an idea of what your video is about or get them to want to click. And the title is what you call your video for the same emotional response to get them to be curious as to what the video is about and actually click, right? Now, with that being said, if they don't click, they don't watch. What does this mean? Well, it means that it's like a billboard, right? When a new movie comes out in the cinema or in the movie theater, they post billboards of the packaging to promote the movie, right? They post like thumbnails or posters throughout the actual movie theater, throughout billboards, throughout screens, you name it. All of this to create intrigue and curiosity to get you to watch the movie, to want to see what that movie's about. It is the marketing for the movie. Well, similarly, our packaging, our titles and our thumbnails, they are the marketing for our video. We have to become very strategic with how we go about our titles and thumbnails in order to get the click. Because if people do not click, they do not watch. We can put hours and hours into scripting, into filming, into beautiful editing, animations. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they don't click and watch it. And what gets them to click is that thumbnail and that title, which is why this is so important. Now, before we get into it, let me tell you what most people do. What most people do, and I swear if you're a part of this group, you better make a change. Whoa, there's a huge piece of hair here. You better make a change and not do that anymore. Please. What most people do is they go and they think up of an idea with no strategy. Cool. All right, I'll make an idea about X, Y, and Z. Then they go and they turn on the camera, they whip their phone out, and they film a video. And then they go and they post that video. And then they're like, wait, I need a thumbnail and title. And then they go and mock it up real quick. And the video doesn't perform, and they wonder why. Well, it's because you literally did that backwards, and you gave the least amount of attention to the most important things, right? So what your process should be like with YouTube is you should come up with the idea first. And then right after that, you should start brainstorming really good concepts. You don't have to make the title and thumbnail yet, but you should be brainstorming concepts that are proven to perform for your title and your thumbnail before you ever even script a video, before you ever turn on the camera and film the video, before you ever edit the video. Because you could go through all that work and it could be for nothing if the video idea and the packaging, the title and thumbnail suck, okay? So I just want to get that covered. Now that that's covered, this is quite literally a topic I could talk about for hours. And there are so many different things that we can optimize here, but I'm going to keep it super simple. Now, again, I apologize for the shameless plug, but if you guys do want to, upgrade to the premium right here, I have a full masterclass on titles specifically that is over an hour long, and you will just be a pro. Like, you will have no questions asked. And I also give you some crazy resources to help you in there as well. With that being said, though, guys, I do want you to know, as always, that doesn't mean that you need to upgrade. You don't need to feel pressured for that. I wanted to make this free group as valuable as I humanly could, or as humanly possible. So if you just follow the advice you learn right now, you will still be leaps and bounds ahead of 99% of people, okay? With that, I hope you're hyped. Let's get into it. So I want to keep it super simple, and I want to focus first on what's really important, which isn't design. That's not important. I don't want to focus on, all this other nonsense that everyone tells you to focus on. I want you to focus on the real needle movers, the real drivers as to what brings you to the results the best. And it's really 3 psychological triggers. And I know this sounds a little woohoo, you're bringing psychology into the mix, but no, it is. In fact, guys, the thumbnail and title is a psychology game. It's a psychological game. This is why I talk about the importance of the packaging more than anything is the psychology of the click. And right now I'm going to go over the 3 psychological triggers to evoke in your packaging. Now I want to use an example. This right here, this example, I used to work with this guy named Josh Brett. He's a super, super awesome guy, super cool, and he makes amazing videos. He's extraordinarily talented. And while I was working with him, this is one of the videos we came out with at the time. It had 4.7 million views. But one thing that I really love about this is the thumbnail, and this is what I really want to bring your attention to. I love this thumbnail because on the surface, it really just looks like a pretty basic before and after photo, right? Not much work was put into it. Well, wrong. This thumbnail is like an onion, meaning there are layers to it. For example, let's talk about the psychology of the thumbnail and why this worked so well. Now, fundamentally, most people, when they were watching YouTube, they're watching YouTube to either be entertained or to learn. And when you're trying to learn, you can also be entertained. It's called edutainment, I think. And when you are doing that, either of those things, usually you are trying to solve for a problem you have. Now, in this case, for somebody who's scrolling through and they want to watch a video about Josh Brett, or honestly, when they see this packaging, what's going to make them click? Well, the problem they're solving if they're searching anything fitness related, or this comes up, is probably being out of shape. So Josh has a great photo here. And by the way, there are many different options or variations he could have chosen. But why did he choose this one where he's holding belly fat? Because this is most common. It's most relatable. It does what? It hits on most people's current situations / pain. That is the key here. This thumbnail, the before, hits on an emotional pain point of being out of shape, being fat, having love handles, right? But then the thumbnail also shows another thing. It shows on the right side, now the same person, Josh, but now he's super in shape. Now, what does this do? Well, or what is this? Well, this is most people's desired situations. This is where most people, sorry, my handwriting sucks with a mouse. Desire. This is where most people want to be, okay? That is so bad. Just know that that says desire. So you might think, oh, this is a basic thumbnail with 2 photos. Well, the first layer to this onion, well, first you would be wrong. Second, this first layer to this onion is not just photos. No, it is hitting on the psychology of the click by hitting on your pain points on the left side and your desire on the right side. Now, I want to talk about one thing interesting. A lot of times, and for any of you guys who ever watched any of these fitness videos, you would know what I'm talking about. There are creators who will do, basically what they'll do is they'll actually have like a before and after photo like this, like the fat to fit. But what they'll do is they'll blur the body on the fit part. So that it's like they're thinking, oh, their thought process behind this is like, oh, this is going to evoke a lot of curiosity in you. And because you don't see the result, the reason you're going to click on the video is to see the result. And yes, these videos can get really good views, and that does work. That's not wrong, but it's not as optimal as you can be. Why? Well, I want you to remember what I said earlier on in an earlier lesson. When people are scrolling through YouTube, they do not care about you at all, or if they do, very little. Most people are their own main characters in their life, and they care mostly about themselves. This is just fact. It's human nature, right? Because we live in our own bodies. That being said, if you scroll across a video like this, where the after is blurred, the reason that you would click on this video is because it evokes curiosity, but also because we're going to click to see this guy's transformation. So if Josh did this, the reason that we would click on this video is to see his results, right? And what happens is when you make the thumbnail formulated like this, it shifts the psychological reasoning to being on him. We're now clicking this video to see his results, to see him. The video is about him. He's in the spotlight. Versus the way Josh did this, which is genius. He showed the before and the after. And what does this do? Well, it hits on these fundamental psychological pain points. It hits on this pain point, and it hits on most people's desired state. But while doing so, what is one thing that we have no idea is happening here, right? There is a gap being created. What do we not know here? Think about it. What do we not know? We don't know how he did it. You see, by showing the actual after, we not only see that these are the results we want, but the spotlight is no longer on Josh. It is on the how. It is on how to get in shape. We're no longer clicking because we want to see his results. We've already seen them on the thumbnail. We're clicking because we want to know how he got these results so that we can get them for ourselves. See, the psychological reasoning here is it's shifting the curiosity back onto how we can do this for ourselves rather than how did he do this? Let's watch his journey. I hope that makes sense, right? It's small little powerful things like this that genuinely make the difference between getting a few hundred views to this video getting 4.7 million people to click on it, right? The proof is in the pudding, my friends. So what is this? What all this to say what? Let me erase this so it doesn't look so overwhelming here, right? Which, by the way, this is fundamentally called creating a curiosity gap or an information gap, right? We have the pain, the before, the current situation. We have the desire, the end situation where we want to go, but we don't know how. And this right here, this not knowing how, this middle ground is called an information gap. And if we can create an information gap in our thumbnails and make the psychological reasoning focused or reflected back on you or the viewer, it will perform way better every time because people click for themselves more than they click for anybody else every day, every time, every day of the week, every second of the week. That will be always the winner. That being said, why am I saying all this? I'm saying all this because you need to focus on 3 psychological triggers to evoke in your packaging. You don't have to do all 3. I mean, you can if you want to, but it makes it harder. You can only focus on one and you already have a great thumbnail. The first thing is you need to focus on curiosity. Like Josh here, he focused on curiosity by creating an information gap, showing the before and after and wondering, okay, the curiosity gap here is how do we actually do this, right? And then contrast. How did he create contrast? It wasn't with the background or the colors, which is a way to do it. It was with him being fat and then him being fit, right? Fat to fit. This was the contrast. Those are 2 opposites on the spectrum. And then stakes. So stakes are very optional. And this is really like meta and you don't have to do stakes, but I put it in here because it's something that I personally think about with thumbnails. You can skip over this third one and just focus on those first 2 if you want. But the stakes of this is like from a psychological perspective, it's if I see this thumbnail and I know that there's an information gap and I know that he's going to show me how he went from fat to fit, the stakes that are being evoked here are if I'm in this current situation of being fat, my stakes are if I don't watch this video, I'm not going to learn how to get fit. And I'm going to continue to lead the unhealthy life of being fat, right? That is what the stakes are here. Now, this is very in the weeds and a little bit more in depth. So if you focus on just these first 2, you will be golden. But these are really fundamentally speaking, the three psychological triggers to evoke in your packaging when you can. And man, does it make a difference. In fact, I want to show you a few amazing examples here. So these are 3 different examples. One of them is focusing on how it evoked curiosity. One of them is my own for how you can do a comparison or before and after. And one of them is pain point related. Now, the first one is curiosity. This is one of my favorite thumbnails on YouTube because when I came across this thumbnail, I was like, oh my gosh, I stopped scrolling and I was like, this is such a good thumbnail, such a good masterclass in how to create curiosity. Because first of all, we're seeing this really crazy shoe that we've never seen before. And the title was, I ran a marathon in banned shoes, right? Then we have this title saying banned and it's pointing to it. I am filled with curiosity of how the shoe works. What are the results? Does it make you superhuman? Does it make you faster? Why is it banned? All these questions. And this video got millions and millions of views because of this. It evoked curiosity. This was its main focal point. The main psychological trigger it focused on was curiosity. This one was comparing. My main psychological principle I was evoking here was exactly what Josh did in that thumbnail. I was creating this information gap. Because I talk about how to grow on YouTube. This video is basically how to grow on YouTube. And I have a before of me looking really upset, looking at my phone like I'm looking at my analytics and I'm not growing. And then I have my after, which is me showing my YouTube analytics on my phone and it's really good results, right? And it's like, oh, great. I cannot seem to get good results on YouTube, but I want to. And I'm showing you both the before and after, and now what you're going to have is an information gap, and you're going to click on this because you want to know how I did it or how to do it, right? This is the comparison. Then you have pain points. Pain point thumbnails, I love these. It's basically where you hit on people's deepest desires or pains, which is also another reason why it's so important to have such deep clarity on who you're targeting with your content, who you're making content for, what you're making content for, right? Just another reason why this is so important. Because if I know who I'm making content for, the audience I'm making it for, I know their deepest pain points, and I could leverage that to create virality. For example, this creator knew that her audience's biggest pain points were having bad skin. So she leaned into that in this thumbnail and it got millions of views, right? She focused in on, oh, you have maybe zits under your eyes or maybe a lot of forehead acne or maybe a lot of acne around your nose or maybe just a lot of acne around your cheeks. She hit on every single possible pain point that her audience could have in relation to having bad skin. And then she in the title suggests that she can solve that problem by clicking on it, right? This is the pain point type thumbnail, this archetype. Now, with thumbnails, what I want you to try to do is I want you to try to focus on simplicity. In fact, look at all these high-performing thumbnails. I bet you all of you without any design experience could make these. Most people look at crazy thumbnails that have gotten millions of views, and they see that it's contrasty and well-made, and they automatically think, there's no way I can make this. I need this crazy thumbnail designer. Wrong. Look at this. This is fundamentally just a photo of him and then a title and an arrow. That's it. 3 elements. Boom. You can very well do that. What is this title, this thumbnail? It is literally me sitting in a chair, a photo, and then it is me holding my phone up in another photo. It is literally just 2 photos. All I did was I just color graded a little bit to make it look nicer, and then I fixed up the screenshot on my phone. That was it, right? Super easy, you could do it. This thumbnail right here, it's a plain white background. It is literally a shape circle, which you could do in Canva, a line, another shape circle, images inside of each one, and then a picture of her cut out. You can do that in Canva in literally 10 minutes. It is simple. It is not about design, guys. It is not about having the craziest design thumbnails. It's about the psychology of the thumbnail. It is about creating thumbnails that are focused on curiosity, on pain, that are focused on curiosity, contrast, or stakes, right? That really sums it all up. Now with thumbnails, this is why I want you to focus on simplicity. I want you to focus on good design. Now when I say good design, I don't mean crazy design. I mean clean. I mean polished. Look at this. This is easy to look at. This is easy on the eyes. This is easy to look at. This is easy to look at. It's not over-cluttered. There's not a lot going on. This is super easy to look at. The trend with all the high-performing thumbnails is they're all very well designed, not crazy, not all this other stuff. What do I mean by good design? I mean there's never more than 3 elements, and it's always polished. It's always very clean. Think about if Apple were to design the most minimalistic, clean thumbnail, how good would it look? It would look like these, right? Because Apple is focused on polish. When I say good design, I mean focus on polish. If you focus on these things, you will be off to a better start than 99.9% of people. Now, I would highly recommend getting thumbnail inspiration from outliers as well. Now, I showed you guys how to come up with good ideas focusing on outliers. I would also come up with good thumbnail concepts from outliers as well. For example, I came across this outlier, and it was personal finance for idiots like me. I love this idea. I was like, I'm going to make a video about this. But I also fell in love with this thumbnail. So I decided I would use the thumbnail as well, right? What did I do? I came out with a video that was a pretty good performing video, and it was called YouTube Growth for Idiots Like Me. And I use the exact same thumbnail as him, but instead of keep it simple with a financial dashboard, I said keep it simple, and I showed the YouTube analytics dashboard, right? This is how I took a concept from a different niche, and I made it applicable to my niche by being the first person to bring it into my niche. And it performed well. And this is how I took a thumbnail concept from an already proven to work video. Now, guys, inside of the premium school that I have, if you guys upgrade, I have literally, I put 40 minutes plus here, but it's over an hour-long masterclass on just titles. But this first course that I just showed you, it's meant to keep things as simple as possible to get you started while still moving the needle forward massively. So you guys will still absolutely get results from this. Don't think you won't, okay? Now, with that being said, I wanted to give you guys a gift. Now, I wanted to give you guys a gift I don't normally give out. This is usually something I save for my paid. But I really, really want to help you all. And I want to give you this completely for free. But before I do it, I really want you to understand what I'm giving you guys. That people pay me a lot of money for this tool, and it has created several viral videos for my clients. I want you to understand this because usually when you get stuff for free, you undervalue it as free, and you don't give it, even if it's the most banger product ever, you still don't value it as that because you have no stakes in the game, right? It was just given to you, which is why I'm extremely skeptical and on edge about giving this away for free. But with that being said, that's exactly why I know I need to give it away for free. I just want you guys to really understand how powerful what I'm about to give you is so that you don't undervalue it as just another free thing, okay? Now, what this is I basically spend time with a couple big YouTuber friends of mine analyzing 1,000 of the top outliers that exist on YouTube. Then what I did is I chose all the outliers that performed 100 times better than anything else. So every outlier with 100x score or more. Out of those, there was a little over 200 left. I took all 200 of those and I turned them into formulas, as you see right here. And I built you this document. And it's basically everything with an X next to it means that outlier is no longer super high performing because it's overused. But you could literally come in here and you could take these formulas and just plug and play it for your own videos. For example, number things you didn't know about tool/platform you could do. Let's say I'm a drop shipper. So I could say 7 drop shipping things you didn't know, or seven drop shipping products you didn't know Shopify could sell, or something like that. Or maybe this first one, X years of skill, hacks, in Y minutes. 10 years of drop shipping hacks in 12 minutes. Boom, right? You just plug and play whatever it is for you. Guys, I have this for everything. I have the most popular niches here. So AI, I have some for business, make money. I have some for editing, personal finance, self-improvement, tech, et cetera, et cetera. But then if you scroll down here, I have them for ranked comparisons. Let's say you're in real estate. New York's best and worst real estate ranked. That video would go viral, guys. I promise you. Put 2026 at the end of that, right? Or you could say ranked cheapest to most expensive, something like that. Boom, there you go, right? You have tutorials, how-tos, you have specific platforms, you have business make money, mistakes, you have personal challenges, you have transformation stories, behind the scenes, what nobody tells you about starting drop shipping in 2026, right? Experiment results, right? Versus comparisons, exposing truths, deep dives, guys, go through this and use it for the magical tool that it is. I have had students of mine who have paid for this tool, who will probably be mad when they find out I'm giving this away for free. They have paid money for this, and they have used video ideas from here because these are all outliers, and they have had videos go viral from using exact titles from this tool. So you're welcome. I genuinely mean it, guys. I'm not just like trying to sell you guys into my next tier. I genuinely mean it. My goal is to provide as much value to you guys and help you guys as much as possible, which is why I'm taking literally an expensive paid thing that I charge for, and I'm giving it to you guys for free. And it is a tool that will massively help you guys. All I ask in return is when you use the titles here and you guys have a viral video, post it in the community and make sure you give me credit so I could use you guys as a testimonial, okay? So heart emoji to you guys, and there's your free gift. I really appreciate you guys being here and giving me the time to teach you guys this. I love talking about it. But now you guys have the clarity you need. Now you guys understand ideas. Now you guys understand packaging. But now, after you get the people to click, the real question that comes in is how do you get people to stay and watch? Well, that is exactly what we're going to go over in the next video. All right, welcome to this video where we are going to now dive into the next part of this process of just mastering, basically growing and optimizing our YouTube channels as best as we possibly can. Now, this is a really important part of the whole process, piece of the puzzle, if you will, that people completely skip over or give very little value to when it is honestly, it's one of the things that is super, super important. And I'll explain to you exactly why. So today what we're going to be going over is how to actually get people to stay and watch your video, okay? So we already went over getting clarity on your content. We went over coming up with ideas. We went over packaging, getting people to click, title and thumbnail. Now we're going to talk about getting them to, when they do click, want to keep watching your video, okay? With that being said, the first thing that I want to show you is inside of YouTube. Before we go into this lesson, I need to, again, give you guys some foundational knowledge here on YouTube. Now, I think what a lot of people forget to do with content, and just a lot of things, honestly, I find this to be a commonality with people who are trying to start businesses and can't figure out how to scale it, with people who are trying to start on YouTube or whatever it may be. They forget to zoom out and see things from the bigger picture, from a bigger perspective. I always tell people, please zoom out. Look at things from the macro, not the micro. Because when you do this, for example, in this case, when you zoom out and you view YouTube from a macro perspective, from a bird's eye view, you see that YouTube isn't this platform where a bunch of creative people make a bunch of videos and try to make money. No. You see that it's a business. YouTube has its own infrastructure. It is registered as its own business, right? And that business has bottom lines that it needs to hit. That business has goals that it needs to achieve. What is the YouTube's goal as a business? It's to keep people on the platform for longer. That's not really their goal. Their goal is to make more money. But a byproduct of making more money, how do they achieve that? It's by keeping people on the platform for longer. Because people will see more ads. People will be on the platform, engage with the platform for longer, right? It'll get more awareness, more traction. Their whole goal as a business is to keep people watching for longer. So when we think about this and we just focus on it from a bird's eye view, there is one analytical measurement specifically that focuses on how long you're keeping people watching. And I have found that if you keep people watching for a certain percentage of time, meaning retention, YouTube will actually push your video more versus plateauing it and killing it off. Let's jump into YouTube. I'll show you this firsthand. If we go into YouTube, we go into my profile as an example. Let's jump into my YouTube studio. Okay, let's go to content. And then let's go to this video here. Click on analytics. Now, if we go over to this tab called engagement and we scroll down, we will have this really, really cool call out called audience retention. This right here is one of the most important analytical measurements, in my opinion, to look at, because this right here is going to be the number one thing that is the deciding factor for YouTube as to whether they're going to continue to push your video or not, okay? And all this will make more sense in future lessons because we will dive deep into analytics, but for now, let's just stick with me, okay? Now, I have learned, and by the way, I have created or been a part of creating over I want to say over 15 or 16 viral videos at this point. When I say viral, I mean videos that have all hit over 1 million views for clients. Now, with that being said, one of the commonalities I've seen with all of them is they were all above a 30% average viewer duration. Now, I do want to preface it all. What I'm about to tell you, there is no published data here. This is just what I have seen to be the case from analyzing the analytics of all of the videos that I've ever worked on that have gone viral. And in all of those, the one metric that was like a through line guaranteed through every single video that went viral, every one of them had over 30% AVD on an average, 10 to 15 minute video. So that being said, I like to shoot for anywhere around 29 to 30% average view duration. How do we get people to watch for longer? Because most people's average view duration is like 25% or less. It's very, very difficult to get 30% average view duration. You have to keep people watching for quite a long time, right? So, this is how you find this analytic to see how your video did. But let's backtrack now and talk about how do we actually, get that percentage? How do we actually get people to watch long enough so that we can reach that 30% average view duration? So that YouTube continues to push our stuff. Which, by the way, sorry, I'm kind of all over the place for a second because I forgot to mention something here. I have videos that had a really high click-through rate percentage, which is really good, and a lot of impressions. And for like a week, the video was blowing up. And I was like, oh, this is going to go viral. This is going to go viral. And then all of a sudden, the more people that watched it, the lower my average view duration got. The second it dropped below 29, I think it was like 28 point something percent, video completely plateaued, flatlined. YouTube completely stopped pushing it, and it's been dead ever since, right? So you can have everything right, but in my opinion, average view duration is the most important. So with that said, how do we actually do this? Well, let's jump into it. What we're going to talk about right now is how to craft our videos, how to script our videos in order to get people to watch. The best way to get somebody to watch a video all the way through, guys, just straight up, everything I'm going to tell you is optimizing at a high level, but just straight up, it's to add value in a relatable and authentic way. You might be saying, oh, how do I do this? Well, we're going to cover it. But if you really want a framework for this, this is where this video comes in really well, okay? Now, before we get into that, though, I always get asked the question, Dylan, should I be scripting or should I be going off the cuff, right? Should I just freeball it and just kind of go off the cuff and just no script, just no outline, just rock and roll? Well, let me run you through the pros and cons for each, okay? And first, before I do that, you need to understand what L1, L2, and L3 script writing is. This basically refers to level 1, level 2, and level 3 script writing. Level 1 script writing is where you basically just have an outline, but an outline as in like just one word for each point. So let's say you have like your hook and then your outline are your points, and it's literally one word. So it's like, use an example here, right? Example. And then say value. Let's say that's my main point. So I'll write down value. It's literally an outline where you basically just write one word to keep you on track. And this you either have to really deeply understand what you're talking about, or it just takes a lot of skill, right? Because you have to be really good at articulating, and you have to be good at not going off on tangents, which is hard for most people. So that being said, that's L1. So what is L2? Well, L2, or level 2 of script writing, is basically where you outline the video. So we have our hook and then we have our outline. But now the outline is way more in-depth. So now instead of just one word, now we have full sentences as our outlines, right? So I might explain like, in this part, I want to talk about, or I want to ask a question, how most people say they hate the algorithm. Let's say the next point is use an example of a YouTube creator who proves this isn't the case. I may just make notes to myself in the form of an outline. That's level 2. Level 3 is where we fully write out our script. It's called manuscript, where you basically write a script out word for word and then read it off of a teleprompter. Now, I know people who do all these and are successful with every single one. You have to choose which one's best for you. That being said, the way that you use every single one of these, despite no matter whichever one you want to use, the way you do it successfully is you have to follow a structure, okay? And this is what we're going to really be talking about today. You have to follow a structure. So with that being said, you understand what level one, level two, level three script writing is. Now let's talk about the pros and cons of just using a script or going off the cuff. So pros of fully writing a scripted video. Let's go through it. So first of all, one of the pros is you're way clearer with your ideas. You're tighter. You're more articulate. You don't ramble at all. You also don't have wasted time, and every line serves the viewer because you pre-write it. You usually, I find that these people, at least when starting out, have higher retention because their structure that they have scripted, it keeps, tension, pacing, curiosity if they script it correctly. Next is you have a little bit more of an authoritative delivery, meaning you know exactly what you're going to say and why. Why? Because you have it all written down already. It's way easier for people to repurpose this kind of content, right? Because when you have a script, you can basically just put that into AI and write blogs, write newsletters, write short scripts from it, you name it. So this can actually become a really good asset if you have fully scripted out videos. Usually you have better packaging alignment because you can match the script really specifically to the title and thumbnail. And then you have consistent storytelling quality, of course, because all of this really comes back to the fact that the reason all of these pros are because you've pre-planned it, you pre-wrote it out. So everything cohesively works together very smoothly. Now, what are the cons of fully scripting your videos? This is where it gets interesting. First of all, right now, what's really important is authenticity. So right away, I'll tell you, if you guys cannot read off of a teleprompter authentically and comfortably, do not do fully scripted videos, right? Because the video just won't do well. You need to, when you do read off a script, you run the risk of potentially being less natural. Right? You have to be good or get good at reading off of a script if you're going to do it, so it feels like you're not reading off a script. And the way to do this is practice, because if you don't practice, it will sound robotic. It will sound like you're reading. Second is it's slower to produce, right? Why? Because we're spending a lot of upfront time writing a script word for word, revising it, rehearsing it. All this adds time. It could take 1 to 3 hours plus to write a script. Next is it's much harder to pivot mid-video. So this is something that you'll face if you've ever written a script. This is something you'll resonate with. You'll find that it is so much harder if you remember a really cool example or come up with a cool point and you have a fully written out script. It's really hard to go off and give that point and then keep everything cohesive. You're not able to be as spontaneous, and you're not able to be as reactive, basically. And also sometimes it can actually feel too polished, right? Some audiences prefer raw conversational creators. This is why it's so important to get clear on who your audience is. Now, what are the pros and cons of going off the cuff? First of all, you're going to build more authenticity, more relatability, a better, stronger personal brand if you're going to go off the cuff. Your personality and real thoughts are going to come through, but your videos are going to suck for a lot longer because you are going to have to build the muscle of getting good at talking on camera without a script. It will be way faster to produce. You can literally just write out the structure, hit record, and talk. So with it taking an hour to 3+ hours to write a script, now it only takes 30 minutes or less. It's way easier to iterate and be adaptive and be spontaneous. And then it's also great for vlog or commentary formats. The cons is if you suck at it, you run the risk of having lower retention. A lot of people are really bad at speaking or articulating. So the thing I've seen most is they go off and ramble on and just have a super unclear structure, lose viewers. They branch off and it's like a tree with a million branches on one video and they completely lose the main topic. It's way harder to maintain pacing and tension because it's more frequent that you lose thoughts. You have to stop and think. And then when you get back into it, you kind of just lose your flow. More editing work, right? Because now you have to cut fillers, tangents, repeated points, etc. It's really easy to miss key points if you're not doing this well. And it's less scalable because it's harder to outsource editing or repurpose content this way. However, there are good workarounds around this. So what do I recommend? I recommend testing it. I recommend trying both ways, seeing what comes off more naturally, showing the video to somebody and saying, hey, which one of these do you like better? Which one of these makes you feel better? Which one of these feels more valuable? Which one of these feels more like me? Split test it. See what works better. I can't tell you which one to do or which one not to do. I'm always, with my videos, you'll never know which one I'm reading a teleprompter and which one I'm not because I'm constantly going back and forth between it because I'm constantly testing it. But I've gotten really good at doing both, which is why you'll never be able to tell. I bet you I could pull up 6 of my videos right now and you won't be able to tell which 3 are without a script and which 3 are with a prompter. I guarantee you. Because I've gotten really good at doing it, right? And I've gotten really good at doing both because I recommend doing both. I recommend split testing it. Now, with that being said, regardless whether you do fully manuscripted written out scripts or whether you're just doing the bullet point scripts, level 1 or level 2, you need to have some sort of structure, right? This is what I call the minimum viable product framework, or the MVP framework, for both. And by the way, what I'm about to show you works really well, not only for scripts and videos, but for the hooks as well, because I like to view hooks and scripts separately. Now, the 3-step MVP YouTube video framework for writing scripts and hooks is target, transformation, and stakes. Okay, let me show you an actual example. Let's do this live. Let's do this. I will put the link to this Notion document below so that you guys can do this step by step with me. All right, sound good? Cool. So open that up, go below, get this, and let's rock and roll. So basically, let's say, what's a good example? Okay, let's say, because I was using drop shipping as an example earlier on, let's continue that example of a drop shipper. Let's say that I am a drop shipper and I am trying to make a video, right? So the first thing I'll do, maybe I should put this here, video title, because this will help us get clear. So right here, we're gonna have to put the video title. So let me just add this here for you guys. So when you download this template, this will already be here. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna write down what the video title is. So let's say for this video, it's, let's say that I am teaching you how to make money drop shipping. So how to make your first $1,000 drop shipping. Let's say that this is the let's say that this is the video idea. Okay. Great. I'm just gonna format this. Okay, whatever. Doesn't want to not be bold. All right, so the video title is how to make your first $1,000 drop shipping. Let's say that this is my video idea. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to first write my hook. This first part right here is your hook. Let me label this for you guys so there's no confusion. This is actually the hook framework, but we could do our script in here as well. Okay, so we have our hook. Let me underline this so you guys know. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to write down the target. What does this mean? It means who are we targeting with this video, right? So we are targeting people who want to, because if it's your first $1,000, it's going to be people who want to learn how to do drop shipping, right? So people who want to learn to make money with drop shipping. Cool, right? So this is our target. Who are we basically, this is where you write down who are you targeting with this video, this specific video. I'm targeting people who want to learn to make money with drop shipping. What is there? And you know, let's get even more specific. Who want to make money, and then I'll put in parentheses, first $1,000 with drop shipping, right? So this is my target. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my transformation, meaning what is the transformation that they're going to get by watching this video? Well, they will learn how to start, grow, and scale their first drop shipping store. Their first drop shipping store. So they will learn how to start, grow, and scale their first drop shipping store and make their first $1,000. Well, let's even get even more specific. They will learn how to start, grow, and scale. That's too broad. Let's say they will learn how to start a Shopify store, Shopify drop shipping store, how to find viral products, and how to set up the infrastructure. Typing sucks. Okay, cool. So here we go. This is a good transformation, right? This is what we got. So what's the transformation they're going to get by watching this video? Well, they will learn how to start a Shopify dropshipping store, how to find viral products, and how to set up the infrastructure for their first dropshipping store and make their first, when I say infrastructure, we could just say like settings, basically. Settings / payment processors, etc. Right? For their first dropshipping store and make their first $1,000. Now, what are the stakes of them not watching? Right? What happens if they don't watch this video? Well, if they're looking how to get started in dropshipping and they're looking to make their first $1,000, they're probably pretty new to making money online. So they will stay broke and they will what they will do is they will waste time and resources trying to figure out how to do all of this when they could just watch this, right? So that's the stakes. Basically, time, resources, money, and staying broke, staying in a painful situation. All right, guys. Excuse me. So now we have our target, we have our transformation, we have our stakes. We're already 99.9% clearer than 90% of people who get started on a video. This is how we're going to go about crafting our hooks, by the way. Right now, what we're doing is we're writing our hook for our video. And we're doing it by just answering 3 questions. Guess what, guys? Now all we need to do is basically smash these together and we have a hook, right? So how do we do this? Well, we literally just say, okay, so I like to do this. People who want to learn to make money, their first $1,000 with dropshipping. All right, so I like to call the person out. So if you want to make your first $1,000 with drop shipping, and I like to go and hit on a pain point, right? Because I like to interject that throughout. So like, this is where you basically take this as like a framework or an outline, and then you write your hook. So it's like, if you want to make your first $1,000 with drop shipping, let's just follow this framework perfectly. So that's our target. Now transformation. So if you want to make your first $1,000 with drop shipping, let's say, and you want to do it fast, then in this video, I am going to give you the full A to Z blueprint on how to find viral and profitable products, how to set up your dropshipping store, and how to actually go live and start making money. Cool, right? So now we're covering all of the whole transformation they're going to get. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to tie in the stakes to rehook them. So, make sure you watch this until the end, though. Why? Let's say because because I structured this video so that every step builds on top of one another. And if you skip one, it'll be like, what would it be like? It'd be like a line of falling dominoes. No, I don't know if I like that. Whatever, we'll just go with it. Like a line of falling dominoes, even though that's kind of a sucky sentence, but whatever. Cool, now we have our hook, guys, right? So we took this target transformation stakes framework and we have our hook. This is our hook for our video. Hey, if you guys want to make your first $1,000 with dropshipping and you want to do it fast, then in this video, I'm going to give you the complete A to Z blueprint on how to find viral videos on how to find viral products and profitable ones. I'm going to show you how to set up your dropshipping store and how to actually go live and start making money with dropshipping today. Make sure you watch this video until the end though, because I went about structuring this entire video so that every single step builds on top of one another. And if you skip one, guys, it'll ruin everything. It'll be like a line of dominoes falling, right? Something like that. this is basically, that was a pretty good hook / intro to the video, right? I would have been engaged. I would have kept me going. Now, how do we write the rest of our script? Well, we literally, it's so easy. Guys, we literally take the transformation and then we just make that the script, okay? So what do I say in the transformation? This is the script. Now let's go into the script. The script, right? What do? Let's just bullet point it out. What do I say? You're gonna learn how to do what? Start a Shopify store. So, okay, point 1 of the video. Tutorial on starting Shopify store. Great. What's our next point of the video, guys? Well, what's the next point of the transformation? How to find viral products. Great. So how to find products. Great. What's the next point of our video? How to set everything up. How to set up the backend settings. What's next? That's it. Cool. Going live. Guys, we have our video. There you go. Now you can either rock and roll like this, or you can go ahead and manually write out each of these lines, okay? This is the MVP, minimum viable framework for writing a script. This will get you so much further than anything else you've ever consumed on this topic. I can almost guarantee you that. Now, with that being said, guys, I have complete pre-written, over 100 pre-written hooks for you. I have full scripting sentences or full scripting templates with literal like formulas that you could plug and play, and a ton of example scripts, all when you upgrade to the premium inside of this Skool. So if you guys want all of that and you want to make your life way easier, and you also want access to certain AI GPTs that will basically are trained on all these frameworks and help you do it, and you want to learn more deeper in-depth frameworks like how to actually tell story, like YouTube storytelling within YouTube, and how to actually like really structure out your scripts next level, the same way that I've seen really big creators I've worked with do, then I would highly suggest upgrading. However, this one that you're in right now, this free part of this is plenty to get you started. Right? This right here is more than enough to get you absolutely crushing it. So I want you to know that this is enough, okay? Now, with that being said, let's move on. Once you guys have this, you can literally just put it all together, as I said. And this is a nice little layout I like to go over. So what did we do right now? Just to recap everything, we came up with our target, our transformation, our stakes, and all of these together come up and become our hook, right? They all become our hook. Then what happens is, in order to write the actual video, the actual meat and potatoes, the actual script, all we do is we take the transformation, i.e. the promise that we set up in the hook, and this now, literally this, becomes our entire video script. This is the most simplest MVP way to do a script while still being optimized. Now, of course, as I said in the premium, I go way deeper on like the ways that I personally write scripts and stuff, and really big creators do, but for the sake of this is all you guys need. I want to keep this super simple while still dropping some value on you guys. This is really all you need right here. This structure, if you're starting out and you want to write banger scripts, this is it, okay? Now, with that being said, guys, this is how you can keep people watching for longer, by having a structure. This is it. This is how you keep a structure. And it's with a structure that you could keep people watching for way longer. Because when you just haphazardly start recording and you're just going off track, man, you got to respect people's time. When you respect people's time, a way to do that is by having a structure so that you can provide as much value as possible in as short of amount of time as possible, or as the minimum amount of time that is necessary or required in order to get the information out. So with that being said, I hope that this was helpful, and I will see you guys in the next lesson. Editing can absolutely suck. It can take a lot of time. It's a very tedious craft. However, it's also something where you can turn garbage like this. Look, if you want to grow on YouTube, let me try that again. Into something like this. Look, if you want to grow on YouTube, you have to get good at a lot of different things. And in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to edit really good, really fast, and how to actually enjoy it, because If you don't, it is literally like trying to pull teeth out, trying to get through an edit for your YouTube video, because let's be real, everyone watching this video isn't here to become an editor. You're here to learn how to edit your video in a very basic, fast, and enjoyable way in order to get more YouTube content out. With that being said, I left timestamps right below this video if you guys want to skip around or go to any specific part. So without further ado, let's jump into this. Starting with a few housekeeping tips before we even get into editing. The first thing that you really need to understand when editing videos is who you're editing for, the type of content you're editing for. For example, Colin and Samir, if you're going to be editing for one of their videos, then it's going to be slower paced, more conversational, light, maybe like jazz music in the background. But if you're editing for Mr. Beast, the tone completely shifts, right? Are you an entertainment channel? Are you a talking head, educational channel? You need to first understand what kind of content you're editing for, because as you build up a library of assets or tools, and as you learn pacing and flow, for each different niche within YouTube, there are levels to those things, and those things do change. The other housekeeping tip before we actually jump into how to edit is just fundamentally understanding basic storytelling. It will make your edits 1,000 times better. I think there are really 3 storytelling principles that I like to follow, but because I know this video is going to be filled with a lot of information, I don't want to information overload all of you. So I'm going to share with you my favorite one that I think is most applicable within the editing timeline, and it's A-B plot storytelling. So basically, if you have an A plot story, which is, let's say your video like Mr. Beast, for example, he has a video where he talks about $1 dates versus $500,000 dates. The A plot storyline of that video is it's $1 versus $500,000 dates, and it's all of those dates, right? Basically like experiencing those things, that's the A plot. The B plot of that story, which the editors weave in throughout the A plot, is Jimmy or Mr. Beast's relationship between him and his fiance, which we don't normally get to see in videos very often. And this is really cool because this storytelling tip or fundamental principle, A-B plot storytelling, it's really done in the edit. Like that's why this is probably the most basic, easy to understand one when approaching the edit or approaching all of this from the lens of an editor. Now, those were the only 2 housekeeping tips I really wanted to cover before we actually got into the edit. Now, you're probably wondering which software you should use right now. There are a lot of different softwares out there. There's really beginner-friendly ones like CapCut or Descript AI stuff. But then there are the professional editing softwares, which are actually what I recommend. There's Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and Final Cut Pro. And all of these are industry standard editing softwares. And they're also referred to, maybe you would know them as NLEs or non-linear editing softwares. Now, I highly recommend one of these over any of the things like CapCut or anything like that, because with things like CapCut, you just can't get this certain level of polish that you can achieve in these other more professional softwares. And I know that sounds intimidating, but I personally use Final Cut Pro. It's built by Apple. I'm an Apple fanboy. I have their monitor, I have their computer, I have everything I have is Apple. And I love Apple because they're simple and intuitive and minimalistic. And the way they approach their editing software is exactly the same. So for me, I'm in Final Cut Pro. But keep in mind, no matter what editing software you're in, even if it's CapCut, everything that we're going to be covering today on how to edit a YouTube video, it can be cross-pollinated, meaning it's applicable to every editing software. And I would know because I have edited in CapCut, DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Pro for years actually, and Final Cut Pro. Final Cut Pro is my favorite. It's the easiest, fastest to learn, the most intuitive, and it's professional software. And it never has any issues or crashes because it's from Apple. It's very reliable. So you just need to factor in what software you want to choose. DaVinci Resolve is completely free. Final Cut Pro, it's a one-time payment of I think $300, but it's worth every penny. And then you have Premiere Pro, which you have to pay for on a monthly basis. So forget that. Unless you already use the Adobe Cloud, I wouldn't recommend it at all. Once you choose your software, download your software, the next thing that you need to understand when going about editing, and I know it's boring, you could skip ahead to the next part if you want, but I highly recommend you don't because it's really crucial to the whole process. And it's basically file management or file organization. Now, with file management, it's very simple. No matter the editing software you use, you're going to have to create a project. And essentially, you're going to have to find a place or a home for that project to live. Now, what I like to do is I like to use a hard drive. If you go into my Finder window or my file system here, I'm using a MacBook, you could see that I have something called the Extreme Pro. This is an external SSD hard drive, and I like to save my projects on here for two reasons. One, because I don't want to have all kinds of editing projects on my desktop. And two, it basically, this hard drive, when I put it on a hard drive that's an SSD hard drive, this is taking all of the weight or heavy lifting or power that the editing software is going to take. So it's not going to slow down my MacBook because this SSD hard drive is taking all of that heavy lifting off of the MacBook for me, right? Or off the computer for me. So I highly recommend getting one of these. If you don't, just go to your desktop and create a new folder. For now, I'm going to go into my hard drive. It's going to be the same process whether you're doing this on your desktop or on a hard drive. First thing you're going to want to do is just right click and open a new folder, create a new folder, and call it YouTube videos, okay? And then you're going to double click into that folder, and this is where you're going to create new folders for every video you create. So let's say I'm creating a video and it's about hooks. So I'll come over to click new folder and create a new folder, and I'll just name this folder the name of this YouTube video. I'm going to call it the 7-second secret for viral hooks. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click into here, and I'm going to create a few more folders. So when we're filming, there are a few different things. One is something called A-roll. Now what you're watching right now is A-roll. It's basically just the video file of you talking to the camera. That's considered A-roll. So I'm going to create a new folder called A-roll where I'm going to put that video file. I'm also going to create a new folder called B-roll. And B-roll is basically any supplementary footage that you put on top of your A-roll in order to show, not tell. This will make a lot more sense when I actually show you how to do this in the editing software. So if you don't understand, just accept that you don't understand, because we will go over it in a second, and just continue to follow the steps here of creating a folder. The next thing you're going to want to do is create a music folder, and then a projects folder, and then finally a new folder saying exports. So this is like the minimum of what you need. So right now, this projects folder is where we're going to actually save our editing software's project, so we could stay organized. The music's where we're going to put all of our music. The export is where we're going to send our final or save our final video to that folder. B-roll is where we put any B-roll that we may have shot or any stock footage or anything like that. And A-roll is the video that we film straight out of camera. Okay, so this is really all you need to get started. And this system here will keep you organized, and you'll be so happy that you did organize everything, because I've run into several different situations where I wasn't organized, and it literally made the project like 2 hours, 3 hours longer because of it. Now, once you do this, all you need to do is actually go to your editing software application down on your dock bar, or if you're on, which I think it should be the same thing if you guys are on Windows, and just click on the editing software of choice. For me, Final Cut Pro. Now, with other editing softwares, it will ask you where you want to save the project to, but with Final Cut Pro, first it opens the project and automatically saves it to your movie folders. So if you go over to your movie folders, you'll see that it saved this project automatically. All we need to do is take this project, drag and drop it into our projects folder here, into where we have the rest of our projects saved. Then what you're going to want to do is just close the project and reopen it. Now with Final Cut Pro, the file organization is a little bit weird. They call their projects libraries, they call their bins events, and they call their timelines projects. This is very confusing, but basically just follow my lead here. All you need to do is come up here to where it says untitled. You can right click and select rename, or you can just double click it and then it will allow you to rename it. You're going to want to name this library, i.e. this project, the same name that you named it when you created your folders inside of your Finder. So for me, this was the 7-second secret for viral hooks. Now I'm going to highlight all of this, copy it, and then I'm going to go down here to create a new project, and I'm going to go project name, and I'm going to Command V so I don't have to retype it, and I'm going to name it the exact same thing, the 7-second secret for viral hooks. Keep in event, you could just leave that as is. You ideally want to be editing in 4K. I like to have the resolution at 3840 over 2160 for the highest resolution. And the frame rate, I have it at 23.98 frames per second. I keep this at Apple ProRes 422. By the way, this is what yours will probably look like. All you need to do to see all of the settings is click on Use Custom Settings, and then basically just leave everything else as you see it here and click OK. And then you'll see that our timeline's created. Now up here, Smart Collections, we don't need this. So just right click and come down to Delete Folder. This right here is called an event. And think of this as like bins, where you're going to have separate bins. So the same way you see here, we have different bins or folders. That's how you're gonna wanna think of these events in Final Cut Pro. So I'm gonna double click to rename, and I'm basically going to rename this A-roll, the same way I have in my hard drive. And I see in my hard drive, I have B-roll and music. So I'm gonna right click, click new event, and call this B-roll, and then right click new event music. So now I'm gonna actually go get my video file, my A-roll, and I'm gonna drag and drop it into Final Cut Pro. Now there's two ways you could do it. You could find it in your folder and just drag and drop it inside of Final Cut Pro, or you can, inside of Final Cut Pro, you can come over to the folder that you want to import media to, right click and go down to import media. And then you can go in, try to find where you have it saved. So for me, I know that I have all of my files saved on my hard drive. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to go into my YouTube videos folder. I'm going to go into my video that we talked about, and I'm going to go into my A-roll folder. And then there is where I saved my video and my audio file that goes with my video. So I'm just going to select both of those and click. Make sure that over here on the right side, guys, it's probably gonna say copy to library. Do not do that. Make sure you select leave files in place, okay? That's all you need to do, and then click import all. So now you'll see if you click on the folder A-roll, all of your A-roll is in here. If you click on B-roll, it doesn't show up anymore because these are different bins or folders, right? So we want to import our B-roll into B-roll, our music into music, our A-roll into A-roll. This is how we organize inside of Final Cut Pro. Now, if you don't like this, where you can see it from a clip view, you can just come over here to this little icon, click on this, and it will display between a film strip style or a file system style. So now you see the files alone, but if you click on this again, it'll show it like a film strip, right? So I personally like this view better. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna now simply drag and drop each one down to my timeline. So I'm gonna drag and drop my A-roll, and I'm going to drag and drop my audio. Now my video looks very gray and muted, like all the colors are taken out of it, but I'll explain that in a little bit. Now, for you, you might need to actually align your audio because your audio file may not be aligned with your video file as you see here. But if we zoom in, you can see these little things right here. Let me make this bigger. These right here, all of these crazy waveforms, these are called waveforms, or all these crazy like lines or mountains. These are called waveforms. This is your audio. So what we can do is we can actually line this up in order to get our audio synced with our video. So you could see what I'm doing to line it up is I'm just looking at the waveforms. I see, oh, okay, these look very similar. It's like putting a puzzle together. And I'm just dragging and dropping, and then I'm gonna press play and see if they're aligned well together.
Look, if you wanna grow on YouTube.
Okay, perfect, so they are. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm just going to hover over this line and then bring it all the way down so that my audio no longer plays from my actual video, my camera clip, my A-roll clip. And now the only audio file that's gonna be playing is my microphone. So now it's gonna sound like pretty good. Cool. So now we have our video and our audio file lined up and synced together. So that's good. Now a little overview of Final Cut Pro. This top left side is where you'll have your files. Right here, as you could tell, is where you'll have your preview of your video. Over here on the right side is where you'll have your video settings or parameters. So you can resize it, add effects, that kind of stuff. You have your color tab where you can color grade. You have your volume tab where you can affect volume. And you have an information tab, which you don't need. On the timeline itself, we have a few different things. So over here, this very, very right side, we have this icon, which is how we can access our effects. And inside here, we have all of our transition effects. Now this other tab right here, this other icon is our actual video effects. So all of our video effects, and there are a lot, especially if you use something like Motion VFX, which I'll put in the link in the description below. It's by far the plugin that you cannot use Final Cut Pro to a level of a professional without Motion VFX. I genuinely mean that. So I'll put a link below to them so you guys can join that. That being said, over here, right here, we have this next icon. This is where you can either zoom in and out manually, or you can also affect how you want your timeline clips to, or how you want your clips to look in the timeline, right? You can affect the size and just see what you prefer aesthetically, like what aesthetic. Really, this is just preference. Right here is you can basically resize the film strip that Final Cut Pro shows. The entire layout of Final Cut Pro. It's extremely simple. Now, the next thing that we're gonna wanna do is actually just start cutting our footage. Yeah, so what you're gonna wanna do is you're just gonna want to, first of all, I can see that I really start talking here when I'm looking at the waveforms. So I can just cut this and then delete everything before it. And there's a couple ways to do this. First, you can come to this icon right here, and then you can come down to the blade tool and then go ahead and you can cut the audio file and the video file. Then you can come back here and click the select tool, highlight everything before it, and then click backspace or your delete key, and it'll delete that. Alternatively, what you can do is actually just use something called keyboard shortcuts. So if you click on your keyboard, the key B, it's going to automatically activate the blade tool. And then I can go ahead and blade the audio and make a cut or blade in the video. And then I can click a keyboard shortcut A to get back to my cursor tool. And then I can highlight everything before it and click delete or backspace. So I'm basically going to now go ahead and play through and see if this is a mistake.
Look, if you want to grow on YouTube, let me try that again.
So I messed up.
Look, if you want to grow on YouTube,
I messed up again.
Look, if you want to grow on YouTube, you have to get good.
Okay, so this is a good take. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to bring the playhead back to the beginning of this clip by looking at the audio waveform. I'm going to click B and blade tool all of that. Click A to get back to my cursor tool. And then I'm just gonna highlight and delete everything before that. Now the video is going to start right where I want it to, the take, right? Okay, so I have a big space here, and I basically, it brings us into pacing and flow. So one thing that I wanna do here is I want to basically tighten the edit up or make it faster. And I can do that by getting rid of a lot of these empty spaces here. So what I'm gonna do is zoom in a little bit. I'm just going to make a cut here, 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 and here. And I'm just going to delete all of that empty space. It's gonna automatically bring all of these clips together. Now I wanna show you guys a really, really important cutting technique. It's called J and L cuts. Essentially, it's where you have your audio. Normally, when you have a cut, it's basically just one straight cut like you see here, right? And the problem with that is your video will look very jarring or it'll feel very aggressive. Like it'll distract people from the value you're trying to give because they'll be distracted with how aggressive your editing cuts are. Watch when I play this.
The importance of are their hooks. In fact,
right, those are very aggressive cuts. So J and L cuts is an editing technique where you can simply make your audio of this clip. So imagine I have this cut right here, right? What I would want to do is I would want the audio of this clip right here to start playing before the actual clip does. What this does is it cues your brain to subconsciously prepare for a cut or for the next talking point without ever registering the cut. So what I simply do is I go over to this clip and I drag it to the right. And you see I keep doing it to about right here where the audio is going to now play before the clip, and you can see that it makes the shape of a J, which is why it's called a J cut. And when you do this, the audio is going to play just a couple frames before the actual video shows, and this is going to cue the mind to get ready for a cut. Now, an L cut is basically the exact opposite. So an L cut is if I do the clip before and I just drag and drop the clip the opposite way, so that the audio continues to play after the video disappears. And you can see this makes a shape of an L. This is how you know if you have an L or J cut, because the clips will make a shape of either an L or a J. Now, what I like to do is actually both. So I'll drag and drop this just a couple frames past the audio, and then I'll drag and drop this one a few frames back, so I have an L cut and a J cut, and I'll do the same thing here. Right? So I have an L cut here, a mini L cut, and I have a J cut. And watch how much smoother this looks.
Overlook the importance of are their hooks. In fact,
it's much smoother, but we can make it even smoother through something called this isn't technically called a jump cut within the world of editing. You can call it maybe a zoom in or a punch in, whatever you want to call it. But what I would like to do here is just zoom my frame in. You see this a lot on YouTube. So I would want to, this part where I say,
are their
are there hooks? The part where I say that line of dialogue, I'm just going to select that clip. I'm going to go over up here to the top right of Final Cut Pro, and I'm going to make sure I'm in this. I'm going to click on this film strip up here to make sure I'm in the transform settings. And under transform, I can control the scale, so I can zoom in and out. I can control the position, so I go left, right, or up and down. And by the way, if you mess this up and you want to go back to the original position, all you need to do is click these arrows right here and say reset parameter, reset parameter. Great. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom in on this clip, and I'm just going to move the position a little bit. And also, if you want to just be able to freeform move around, all you need to do is come over to this icon over here to the bottom left side of your preview viewer, click on that, and now you can just move around your clip however you want, right? And then just make sure that when you're done doing that, you just click done up here. And then watch what you have now.
Are there hooks? In fact,
right? This is a little bit too aggressive, but it was really just trying to prove my point here. But this is probably how I would go about this specific cut, right? This plays out much better than the original version. Now, one thing that I want to talk about when doing zoom ins like this, you need to pay attention to something called eye tracing, okay? And it's essentially where look at where my eyes are here. If I zoom in, you notice how I match my eyes at the same spot. So what a lot of people do is they'll zoom in on a clip, but they'll move it, they'll center it like this. But watch what happens. If when I move my eyes, basically like if my eyes are here and I come over here and my eyes are in a different place, it's going to look very, very jarring. So if I like place this, like most people would do, watch this.
Are there hooks? In fact,
right? It's very, very jarring. Versus, let me go back to how I had it. What I did here is I saw that my eyes are roughly in this upper area right here. So I'm going to make sure when I zoom in, my eyes stay in this upper area. So it feels very cohesive.
Are there hooks? In fact,
right? Way less distracting, way more impactful. One rule with editing, guys, if your cuts or anything distracts from the value you're giving and your edits are not invisible, you did not edit right. The best editing is invisible. It should be so good that nothing distracts the person from the video. Like no editing should be distracting people where they should basically turn their attention to the edit. Then you're kind of losing the whole point. Cool. So basically what I'm going to do now, guys, is I'm just going to go through and I'm going to cut the rest of this entire video. I want you guys to pause this video right now and just go ahead and finish cutting the rest of your video. So watching through, looking for mistakes, seeing empty areas like here, great, I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna make a cut, and I'm gonna delete that empty space, and I'm going to do a J and L cut in order to make this feel seamless. So just go ahead throughout the rest of your edit and do that right now. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, and please don't be overwhelmed because there's gonna be a lot going on right here. I'm going to open up a project that I've actually already finished editing because in order for me to explain this next point, I need to show you a project where I've already done this. So I'm going to open up my past YouTube video project. And when we go inside of here, it'll look a little bit intimidating and a little bit crazy, but don't worry about it. What I want to talk about right now, in fact, let me just deactivate everything except what I want to show you. Okay, great. So I deactivated everything that might feel overwhelming. Right here, all you see is basically my final A-roll finished and cut. So I went through and I added a bunch of J and L cuts. This is what it looks like. But what I do next is I actually color code it. So every single video has natural segments, right? Imagine like in a YouTube video, tip 1, tip 2, tip 3. Those are different segments of the video. Well, what I really like to do is focus on the psychology of content and how to basically re-cue or re-trigger people's attention. And you'll notice I'm going to reactivate all my music tracks. So everything in green right here is my music that I'm reactivating. And if you notice, I have a new piece of music or a new song for every single different color. Why? I do this because I want every single natural segment of the video to have its own song to re-cue or re-engage the viewer. Now, if we go back to color coding for a second, every single color you see here is a different segment of the video. This first part in orange, this is the intro. This next part in red, this is my call to action. This next part in purple, it's point 1. This next part in turquoise, this next part in turquoise is point 2. This part in green, point 3, orange, point 4, so on and so on, right? So what you need to do now is I want you to watch through your entire video. You can even do it at 2x the speed. And I want you to look for natural segments. Now, I'm gonna go back to the project really quickly to show you how you can color code. What you're gonna wanna do when you're back in your project that you're editing, you're gonna want to come over to index. You're gonna want to come down to edit roles. And where it says audio roles, just click add role a bunch of times. You don't need to name them. Just add a bunch of roles, okay? Then you're gonna click apply. And then what you can do now is, let's say that this is your intro. You just highlight the clips that are an intro, you right click it, and you assign audio roles, and then you can choose whatever color you want. So let's say I wanna make it like a blood orange, okay? Now let's say that this is like a natural segment or the first point or tip of my video. After my intro, I'll right click, go to assign audio roles, and I'll make it turquoise, right? And then what I'll do, let's say point 2, this is the second point of the video. I'm going to highlight it, right click, assign roles, and I'm going to make it red, right? Or pink or whatever. The reason that we do this is so that we know how many songs we need to add and where we need to add those songs. So now I know, okay, I need 1, 2, 3. I need at least 3 songs, and I need song 1 to play during this part, song 2 to play during this part, and song 3 to play during this part. This one trick will help you be a better editor than most actual editors who do this for a living. So go back to, if we were going back to my project, you'll see I have all of my entire timeline or my whole project segmented into its different parts by colors, and each color has its own song to it, right? Its own musical track. And I do this to re-engage the viewer. Now, the next thing you're gonna wanna do when you have your A-roll edited is you're gonna wanna edit B-roll. If I go back to my project that's already finished, I'm going to reactivate everything so we can see it. And I'm going to play the first few seconds of this video, and you'll be able to see me using B-roll. Basically, B-roll is any supplementary footage of myself or of footage that I shot that goes with what I'm saying.
Look, if you want to grow on YouTube, you have to get good at a lot of different things.
Right? These clips that I use right here, that's B-roll. This is supplementary footage that I recorded separate from the video. Or watch this clip right here.
Only subject that to the fact that, well, writing hooks can be hard and sometimes even really time consuming.
Right? So the idea is to add supplementary footage or B-roll to your video that helps tell what you're saying or helps show what you're saying instead of just telling. Basic storytelling principle, show, don't tell. We want to show. So I'm talking about writing hooks. I have this clip here of me typing on my keyboard, i.e. writing, and I have this clip here of me looking like I'm in deep focus. By the way, this is where the art of editing comes in. These 2 clips were shot like 6 months apart. These were not shot for this video. I shoot B-roll all the time whenever I'm working or doing anything. I just have my camera recording so that I can have B-roll and build up what I call my B-roll library. Like if we go into my hard drive and I go into my assets inside of B-roll, you could see that I have B-roll I've been collecting for years of me working. It's a bunch of B-roll, my daily life of me just doing things, client proof. I have B-roll of, again, more everyday life stuff with the family. I have B-roll of me on my last trip to New York. I have B-roll of me editing. I have B-roll of me collaborating with other creators. I have B-roll of my entire journey from when I was like first started in business to now. And I have it all basically organized in folders. This is something you're gonna have to build up over time. But when you do, you can create cool, I bet you thought that this clip and this clip was shot specifically for that part of the video, but it wasn't. Neither of these were shot for this video, and both of these were shot like 6 months apart from each other. But I was like, okay, where in my B-roll, my huge full B-roll library, do I have any clips that could help show, not tell what I'm saying? And then I came up with this.
I can see people skip them all together, and I can only subject that to the fact that, well, writing hooks can be hard and sometimes even really time consuming, which is exactly
right. And then it flows really well and it re-engages you constantly. So I'm using a lot of B-roll throughout this entire video. I'm literally using like just as much B-roll as I can. So what you're going to want to do is it's very simple. All you're going to want to do now is if you do have any B-roll that you either shot specifically for this video or that you have in a library, you're going to want to grab all that footage and you're going to want to just drag and drop it into Final Cut Pro. So I just uploaded all of mine and you could see that it created subfolders. These are called keyword collections, basically. It's a fancy way of Apple calling them subfolders. So it's basically like if I drag and drop folders with files inside of it, inside of a folder I created in Final Cut Pro, it'll create subfolders. So basically I have my main folder B-roll and I have subfolders with other assets inside of each of those, okay? So now I have all my B-roll in here. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch back the video and just think, okay, where would be a good spot to add some B-roll here, right? And I'm just gonna press play.
Look, if you want to grow on YouTube,
right? Like right there, if you wanna grow on YouTube, I might want to show one of my analytical graphs of me growing on YouTube, or
you have to get good at a lot of different things.
Or you have to get good at a lot of different things. I know that like one of the things you need to get good at is editing. So maybe I'll go over to my editing folder, right? And then I'll click and then I'll come over to this film strip tab so that I could see it from a film view. And I'll just see, okay, what cool B-roll do I have here? I was like, oh, this is cool. This is me on a computer screen. Let me see. But maybe that doesn't get the point across. What can I do here? Do I have any videos of me actually editing? So here's one. I have one of me looking like I'm focused, right? I like this. So maybe I'll do this. I'll click. And by the way, if I have a whole clip like this and I only want to take a small piece of it, I will come over to the part I want to start. I'll click I on my keyboard for an in point and I'll press play. And let's say I wanted to stop the clip there. I'll click O on my keyboard to create an out point. And now all I need to do is select that part that I selected. And then I can drag and drop it here. And let's see if I have, let me see. Okay, here we go. This is of my editing timeline here. So we can use this. So I'll start it here. I for endpoint, press play. I'll start it here. And then pause it. O for out point, and I'll drag and drop this in. So maybe what I'll do is something like this.
You have to get good at a lot of.
Maybe I'll start it here. And basically I want to fit, now I just am like, okay, I want to fit these two clips in this part of the dialogue right here, right? So maybe I'll just cut it off a little bit and I will do this. And then what do we have? We have it, let's watch it back.
We're on YouTube. You have to get good at a lot of different things. But one,
right? That's awesome. Feels really good. And this is basically the whole premise of B-roll. You just want to add supplementary footage wherever you can. Alternatively, if you don't have any footage that you shot yourself or footage that you can use from a long time ago, what you can do is you can go get stock footage. So they have sponsored this channel before, Artlist, but they are not sponsoring this video. But I just genuinely, I only take sponsors on that of products that I actually use, which is why I'm recommending them on a video that's not even sponsored. But if you go to something like Artlist, you can come over. They have really cool AI tools. In fact, I've made a whole video about Artlist. This is where I get all my music and sound effects, by the way, guys. But again, this is where you have an option for footage. And basically you can come here and just download stock footage. So if you're looking for, like, let's say you're talking about New York City, you could type in New York. And what I love about Artlist is it's like literally looks like cinema quality. Like it looks so good. It doesn't look like cheesy stock footage that you're used to. Like it's really good quality, right? And then you could just download it here. So I highly recommend that. Like they literally pay me to do sponsored videos and I literally just gave them a free plug because I actually use them. They're really good. So I would recommend that. If you guys don't have any B-roll and you want to add B-roll, you could always use stock footage or supplementary footage from other third-party tools. And on that topic, this is where you can also get music. So I come here for music oftentimes. You can also go to other third-party tools that are out there. I've just always used Artlist. And basically you can come down and you can go to their homepage, or you can connect your channel in settings and it will it'll basically give you a list of songs that it thinks is best for your channel. They have this new feature where you could click check trends, and basically you can like paste any YouTube or Spotify or TikTok link and it will give you songs that are very similar to that famous song so that you could use a song similar to that, which is really cool. Man, I need to reach out to Artlist and let them know I'm talking so much gold about them so they could sponsor this video, actually. So let's say that we like a music clip. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come over to download, and it's the same thing in any of these different royalty-free music platforms that are out there. You download it, it'll download it to your computer. Then what you want to do is you want to go to your files, and you want to basically just drag and drop that music clip into the music folder that you created. And then what you can do inside of Final Cut Pro is go to your music bin here, right click, click import media, and you can go get that song. Or alternatively, you can just drag and drop it into Final Cut Pro. And then when you do, the music will come up like this. Now, when we are talking about music within editing, like I said, we really want to have a new song for every single segment of the video or natural section, which we've already color coded, okay? And this is going to elevate your edits by like 30 million %. And right now what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to play through the songs, the two that I have here, and I'm going to see which one I like best. Okay, that one's cool. Ooh, I like that beat drop later on in the songs. Sometimes I'll do this. Sometimes I never just listen to the first part of a song. I always listen to every different part of the song. And what I'm going to do here is click I for endpoint, and I'm going to drag and drop this in and see what I can do with this. So, by the way, if you don't want your music as the top layer and you try to drag it down, it'll just go right back into place. If you want your music to sit down like at the very bottom of all your audio tracks, but it keeps doing this, just go over to index, go over to your roles right here, and just select music and drag it to the bottom. Okay, and now your music will be the very bottom layer.
If you want to go on YouTube, you have to get good at a lot of different things.
Ooh, I like this a lot. So what I'm going to do is right here where I say, but one thing, I'm going to have this beat drop. So as you can see, what I'm doing is I'm lining up by the waveforms. I see that the beat drops right here and my dialogue starts right here. So I'm going to line those two up. I'm going to just click on the music layer. I'm going to come up to the top right where volume is, and I'm just going to turn this down to about -13 and just see how that feels. Now, what I'm going to do is drag this musical track all the way to the left here. And when you zoom in, you'll see that you have this little circle icon right here that you can actually grab and drag to the right to fade your audio in, okay? So now when we play this back, let's see how this sounds.
Look, if you want to grow on YouTube, you have to get good at a lot of different things. But one thing I see many people overlook.
Yeah, this is good. I like this a lot. Alternatively, we could even have the beat drop where I say the hook. So let's try it. Let's see how that feels.
Importance of are their hooks. In fact, I'm even...
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that even better. So I'm going to actually use this whole part, and I'm going to make this a little less loud. I'm going to maybe bring it down to like -15 dBs. Now, okay, so you see the song continues onto our other segments that we color coded. So how do we actually only make the song for this color code or this segment of the video? Well, you could do one of two things. One, you could do the beginner lazy route, which is where you basically just cut it off and then you just fade it out like this, right? But when you listen back to that, look how horrible this sounds.
Skip them all together, and I can only... In fact,
it's beginner. It's horrible. I hate it. So instead, what we want to do is we want to undo that. And what we're going to do is we are going to come to the end of our segment here, the orange segment, which is our intro. And I'm going to make a cut in the audio, and I'm going to delete the part to the right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my arrow keys. I'm going to click my left arrow key one time. And then what I'm going to do is make sure that my music track is highlighted and click Shift H. And what's going to happen when you click Shift H is it's going to extend or hold out your music track. Now what you're going to want to do is come over to Cathedral. So you're going to come over to the Effects tab, type in Cathedral. Right here is Cathedral 2, and you're going to want to drag and drop this on top of your music clip. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the arrow key. I'm going to make sure that my musical track is selected. I'm going to go to the left arrow key. I'm going to click the left arrow key one time to go back one frame. I'm then going to come up to Cathedral. I'm going to turn it all the way down. And this is very important. This effect will not work if you don't do this next part. Come over to this keyframe right here, this keyframe that you see, this diamond-shaped thing. Click on that. Then what you're gonna wanna do is make sure you select your musical track again so that it's highlighted. And then you're going to click your right arrow key one time to go forward one frame. Then you are going to drag this slider all the way to the right under Cathedral, okay? And then what's going to happen is your audio or your music file will now echo out, and it's going to feel like it was literally composed to end the way you ended it. In fact, I'm just going to mute my audio file so that you could really hear this. Right? It echoes out, and it gives this effect that the song is supposed to end there. And it's these small details, these small little details that make your edits feel way more polished and attract attention and get your average view duration percent way higher. I know I never shut up about Stephen Bartlett and his book, The Diary of a CEO, but it's my favorite book ever. I've read a lot of books. It's my favorite one. And there's a line in here that I think is really good for people when editing videos on YouTube. It's the easiest way to do big things is by focusing on the small things. He says that right here. Meaning, focus on the small things, like echoing out your musical track instead of just cutting it off abruptly, right? It's these little things that will help your videos just be more polished and level up in quality. So this is kind of like my theory or how I go about editing music. Now, one last thing you guys are going to want to learn how to do is color grade. So for example, you will notice that my video here looks gray. And this is because I shot in something called log. It's a profile setting on your camera, which basically, it's the equivalent of shooting a photo in RAW. It basically takes the color out so that when you put it back in, you have more dynamic range. So for example, if I shot this clip that you're looking at on screen right now in a normal color profile that all of us would be used to seeing a video in, what's gonna happen is if I bring the saturation up, I can only bring it up so much before it starts to get grainy and fall apart and the image starts to compress. When I shoot a video inside of a format called log, it's like the video equivalent of shooting raw photos. What happens is when I want to make this really saturated or add a certain color, I can push it a lot further without the image falling apart, getting grainy or compressing. Now, the first thing you're gonna wanna do is bring back the color if you're shooting on this, but most of you, for 99% of you guys watching this, you will not be shooting in log profile. Okay, so what I just did right now, because I already know for 99% of you, you're not gonna be shooting in a log profile, but basically I brought in what's called a conversion LUT that basically brings all of the color back into the image. So now that my video probably looks how yours looks, what we're gonna do to color grade is just make sure the clip is selected, go over to the color tab, and you could do one of two things. You can use Final Cut's brand new AI light or color grading feature, which if you click on this, it's actually not that bad. Like, it's not that bad. So what you could do is you can click on this and then you could just fix what you don't like. Like, for example, right now this feels too saturated, so I'm gonna turn this down, the saturation down a little bit. I'm going to turn, I think the brightness is good. And basically when color grading, all you wanna do is be extremely subtle. Don't crank anything up too high or too low. Just be very subtle. And what you're gonna wanna do is just change these sliders based off of what you think looks best, because every single image based off of the lighting and the camera settings, it's gonna be color graded a little bit different. So for me, I like to bring my highlights up a little bit. I like to bring the blacks up a little bit because I like more being seen in frame. I don't like it to be super saturated. I don't like it to be super warm. And yeah, like honestly, I'm pretty happy with this. So this is the before and this is the after. Like, I did that in 30 seconds. So you should do this for your video as well. And really, that's all you guys need for like the minimum viable edit. You need to just cut your A-roll. You need to color code it. You need to add B-roll. And then you need to add music. Like, you don't really need sound effects or all these extra crazy things. This is like the minimum you need to make a good video. And when we go over to my finished project, we see that I just have a lot of exactly what I'm talking about, right? I have my A-roll is cut, my main footage, I cut it. I used J and L cuts to cut it. I had jump cuts, zoom ins throughout. I color coded the different natural sections of the video. And then underneath each one, I gave it its own music or its own song. And then I just added a lot of B-roll that went with what I was saying to show, not tell throughout the entire video. It's very simple when you break it down. And it's not that hard to do. I mean, you saw, I really just like, you know all the techniques right now. Like, you know how to technically do it. The only problem that stops people from actually doing this and creating good edits is the amount of time that it does sometimes, unfortunately, take. And this is basically it, guys. This is how you can edit a really basic, but yet polished, professional looking video for your YouTube inside of Final Cut Pro. And everything we talked about, it can be applied to literally any other editing software out there. So I hope this was helpful. If you guys have any other questions or anything was unclear, let me know in the comments below, and I'd be more than happy to make a version 2 of this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. All right, welcome. In this video, we are going to be, listen, we've learned a lot. We have learned a lot. So in this video, we're going to be bringing it all together. Good job. Applause, kudos to you for making it this far. This is a lot. I hope, more than anything, I hope that I've been able to open your eyes to see and realize how much more depth there is to creating optimized YouTube videos, right? There is much more that goes into this than people think. Much more. So with that being said, I'm super excited for this, guys, because when most people break down videos, they break down like the best of the best, and it's too easy. Like, I can go break down a Mr. Beast video or an entertainment YouTuber and be like, yeah, this worked because, I don't know, they had $2 million of a budget. But what about most of us who are in the education space, sitting down at a desk and teaching? How do we do these things? How do we make these all banger videos like them, right? How do we do it? Well, there is a perfect example. His name is Alex Hormozi, and that's what I'm going to be breaking down. I'm going to be breaking down how Alex Hormozi, despite having, quote unquote, boring content, how he is in the business and entrepreneur space. He literally makes sit-down videos, and he gets hundreds of thousands, millions of views every single video. He goes viral constantly. And I'm going to break down and dissect in depth why this is the case. And in doing so, we're going to be bringing everything together: the ideation, the packaging, the title and thumbnail, the hook, the script, you name it. We are going to be going in absolute excruciating depth. Do not skip this video, because this video, I don't know if you could tell, I'm pumped for this video. I love going through this, because the amount of aha moments you're going to have in like breakthroughs mentally, but also like through strategy by watching this lesson here, it's going to hopefully blow your mind. Okay. So without further ado, I already explained to you a little bit of why I want to break down Alex Hormozi, but the reason I want to break down Alex Hormozi's channel as an example is so that you guys can all understand the fundamentals of what works on YouTube, right? In action, because I know we talked a lot about theory. And so that you can understand one of the most important parts of YouTube, which we already talked about, the psychology of it, the psychology of YouTube. Every aspect of YouTube that we cover right now, by the way, that we cover in this entire lesson today about Alex Hormozi, we have already covered it in some videos and to some degree, okay? Now, some of the strategies that I will be touching on here are in the premium school, but you do not need to know that like in order to grow. But that being said, I already mentioned why Hormozi, because he's not like the Mr. Beast. He's not like the Ryan Trahans, the Arax, the guys who have $2 million budget for every single video. Because the reason I want to break him down is because he's a normal education YouTuber like most of us, who are focusing on making videos about business and delivering value. Really focusing on this, delivering value, okay? I.e., the main reason I'm using Hormozi is because he's a relatable example for all of us, for most of us. Now, me and my researcher, she's really my chief of staff. Her name's Kaylee. Me and her went through this. And my wife, okay, so really my wife is my researcher. My chief of staff helps me with all the back end stuff. All three of us got together to literally binge watch every single one of Alex Hormozi's videos for this video you're watching right now. I'm not exaggerating. Okay, and if you don't believe me, wait until we start breaking it down. I would only know this stuff if I literally watched every video. What we did is we analyzed and we took notes of the most just banger stuff. And that's what we're going to break down today. Okay. Whew, let's get into it. I'm pumped, guys. I hope you're pumped. All right. So today what we're going to do is we're going to cover how Alex Hormozi makes boring videos viral nearly every single time, so that we can just copy him. So we can just copy his techniques. So guys, pay attention. Pay attention. Now, the first thing I want to go over though is I may have a friend of a friend who was able to get a screenshot of Hormozi's retention graph, okay? Low key. I guess not low key because he's one of the strategy guys there. Anyways, I'm pretty sure you could get this publicly anyways, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't care. But Alex Hormozi's retention graph percentage usually is around like 40%, right? 35 to 40%, which is insane, by the way. So I have worked with an entertainment YouTuber. He's Eric's friend. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. Tyler Blanchard. He's got 4 million subs. I saw one of the analytics on one of his back-end videos. It had about 43% average view duration, and it was an entertainment video. The fact that Alex Hormozi is getting the same amount of average viewer duration or retention percentage as entertainment YouTubers, as an educator who literally sits down and talks about business, is mind-blowing, okay? Those entertainment YouTubers spend like 10,000 up to 6 figures on a video plus per video. Alex Hormozi, like it's just mind-blowing, the fact that he can do this, okay? So what I want to show you is how we can copy Hormozi to have retention graphs with such a high percentage versus what most people have in the education space, which is they struggle to get 30% or more, right? Most people sit around 25% or less, which is why their videos, it's hard to get videos to pop, which you would know because I explained it in the last video. Anyways, all that to say, have you guys ever seen the movie Batman Begins? The one with Christian Bale as Batman? I mean, the best Batman. I'm sorry. If you disagree with me, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Like, Christian Bale is the best Batman. Anyways, Christopher Nolan directed it. I'm sure you guys have seen this. If you guys haven't seen this, I mean, come on, guys. Like, what are you doing? And just a quick side note, one of my hobbies, like, I'm just obsessed. I'm a huge movie buff. I love films. I love cinema. I love movies. I love it. So you will see I reference movies a lot when teaching YouTube. I think it's fun. So with that being said, back to the example here. Have you guys ever seen Batman Begins? Okay. Or just any of the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. This could be applicable to any superhero movie. But have you ever seen this? Great. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Well, in this movie, we trust Bruce Wayne, right? And by the way, Bruce Wayne is Batman. But we trust Batman, i.e. Bruce Wayne. Why? Well, of course, he's obviously the noble superhero. But we don't trust him just because he can fight like a superhero. We don't trust him just because he says that he is a superhero. So why do we trust him? Have you ever thought about that? Why do we trust Batman to be a superhero? Why do we trust him that he is a superhero? Well, if you've seen the movie, here are scenes from several different parts of the movie. In nearly every part of the movie, he's doing something that a superhero would do. Look here, he's saving somebody. Look at here, he's saving somebody. Such a cool shot. Look at here, he's saving somebody. In fact, his enemy, he's saving. Who's he saving here? He's saving another person here, right? Okay, well, why am I telling you this? Well, I'm telling you this because we trust him. We trust Batman because in nearly every scene of the movie, he proves that he's the hero. He proves that he's the hero. Not by saying he is. He does it through action. He proves he's the hero not by what he does, not by what he says. Now, YouTube has a serious problem right now, guys. YouTube, and really with all social media, we live in a trust recession. In fact, check this out. Right here, since 2024, or between 2014 and 2024, the proportion of people with low or no trust rose from 54 to 76%. Meaning we live in a trust recession. People trust us less and less more than ever before. Why? Well, because we get a lot of people who are the opposite of Batman, right? A big problem on YouTube and online right now, and the reason we're in a trust recession is because a lot of creators, they focus the spotlight when they get attention on themselves. And the information of the video, the value of the video, value, is the B plot. What I see happen way too often, and I'm sure some of you guys will chuckle and nod your heads yes to this because of just how factual it is. People online today, all I feel like I hear is like, hey, check out my new car, my new this and that. And the video that I click on that's supposed to be a how-to tutorial video turns into like a, hey, look at me, myself, and I kind of video. It's like, and how I make so much or whatever. It's so annoying. But also it's a huge turnoff, right? That's why we live in a trust recession. When somebody clicks on a video for a specific piece of value that they think they're going to get, and instead they get this guy bragging about how he just made a lot of money doing what he's not even teaching us how to do, it's garbage. And that's what YouTube's filled with right now. Noise, garbage, bunch of turds, okay? And they're doing what the opposite of Batman does. But what does this have to do with Alex Hormozi? What does this have to do with him? Well, this is where Hormozi flips the script compared to everyone else on YouTube and how he reminds me a lot like Batman. See, like Batman, when I was analyzing Hormozi's videos, I realized that Alex Hormozi, he focuses on the spot, making the value, the teaching of the video, the spotlight. He turns a spotlight on it. He makes the value of the video the A plot, the protagonist, the main character, and he makes himself the B character, right? In fact, if you don't believe me, go watch one of his videos right now. He will always quote other intelligent people instead of himself when he has the opportunity to. And yes, he talks about his own experiences, his mentors that he's had, and the amount of money he has made. When I was analyzing his videos, I realized that Alex Hormozi only uses examples of himself only if it is to better or more impactfully add value or make the value hit home at a higher or stronger level, right? He will frequently use his own stories or talk about past mentors, but it's never for no reason. It is always motivated to turn the spotlight back on the value rather than himself. So like Batman, Alex Hormozi is all bark and no bite. The same way Batman focuses on being a hero through action, I have learned that Hormozi focuses on delivering value as the main character through action, right? I mean, I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but just from like a psychological subconscious level, look at this, right? In fact, I'm guilty of this. Look at me in the way I'm framed right now. This is how I learned how to frame videos, right? Because I learned from other YouTubers. I'm taking up most of the frame. Look at what Hormozi does. Hormozi literally makes himself tiny in this frame, right? Or the way he positions himself. Again, I don't know if I'm getting way too philosophical with this or if this is legit, but the value that he is focusing on, by the way, this is where he's like, every time he has value to drop or bombs to drop, he'll illustrate it out here. Look at that. Like this whole like area of just pure value or the putting the spotlight on the value or the point that he's illustrating or how he's illustrating it takes up almost half the frame. I mean, again, I don't know if this is way too philosophical, but if it is, let's get back to the main point here, which is he's the talent, but he makes himself the B plot. The A plot, the main character, the protagonist, is the value that he is conveying. This is how I see Hormozi being similar to Batman, which is cool because Batman's cool. And I think Hormozi's cool too, right? I wish I could be as cool as Batman. That being said, that's really the psychology of why his videos do so well. Well, that's just a tip of the iceberg, honestly. And how he is basically, there is also a way that Alex Hormozi is silently setting himself apart, right? In fact, if we look at his actual visible elements, like his packaging, you could see he's using what I call the psychology of content or the psychology of the click in his thumbnails and titles. In fact, what I want to do is I want to look at one of his videos thumbnail split tests. So I went and I found one of his split tests, which you can easily find with third-party tools. I was able to find Alex Hormozi's one of his videos called "You Can Make Way More Money Than You Think." This was his split test. What is a split test? A split test is essentially where you post one video. Maybe it's better if I illustrate it out, right? Imagine that you post a YouTube video, okay? We post a YouTube video. This is pretty basic stuff, but let's just explain it anyways. You post that video. Now, when you post that video, you can actually have the option to split test where even though there's only one video posted, we can post two different thumbnails to that video, and we can have it. So basically, for example, every 1 hour, these two thumbnails will switch and it will go live. And then after, let's say 24 hours, it'll take all the data that it found throughout the 24 hours, and it'll say, most people clicked on this thumbnail whenever it was live. So let's go live with this thumbnail. That's basically how you split test thumbnails. And you can do it all inside of YouTube Studio. It's pretty easy. Or use third-party tools. Anyways, let's break down Alex Hormozi's packaging here, right? So right away, his videos, "You Can Make More Money Than You Think." This is the title he used. It got 230,000 views. I want you to look at these thumbnails, and I want to ask you, which one of these thumbnails do you think won the split test? Which one do you think got more clicks, got more traction? I'm going to give you a few seconds to think about it. Go ahead. Think about it. Look at it. Really analyze it and think, okay? Ready? All right. The one that won, the thumbnail that won the split test was this one here. Right? That was a bad check. There you go. This one here. Why? Well, again, I might be getting too philosophical here. I'm going to get to the actual stuff that matters. One thing I think is really cool, though, that he did here is, check this out. If we go over to YouTube and you see a video playing, you see how the progress bar is red? I don't know, guys, if this is on purpose or not, but I think it is awesome if it is. Notice that this bar or this line graph, it basically is telling us that we're going to go on a journey. And the start of it is where we're at, and the end is going to be profitable. And he makes it red, like the YouTube progress bar. So subconsciously, you may be thinking, oh, by the end of this video, if I watch this entire video, I will figure out how to be profitable. Again, this might be too much in the weeds. But with that being said, let's go to the stuff that I'm actually positive that they did just by analyzing it, which is the psychology of the click. Right away, they focused on what I talked about in the video about hitting on the psychology of the click through pain and desire. Right away, what are most people's relatable? This is relatable. What are most people's common pain points, or where are most people at? Most people's common pain points and where they're at is the start of something, right? I want to start a business. I need to start a business, but it sucks starting. I don't know where to start, what to do. This is most people's situation. It's relatable and it hits on pain, okay? Now, what about people's desired situations? Most people's desired situations are to be profitable. So we have profit over here on the other side of the spectrum. This is hitting on desire. This is very important, guys. Thumbnails are not about design. It is about the psychology of the click. This isn't woohoo stuff. I showed you a video that I've worked on with over 4 million views that I was a part of, and I showed you how we peeled back the layers of that thumbnail. It was like an onion, and how it looked like a basic thumbnail with 2 photos, but it was, in fact, it was created in very methodically. We chose specific photos methodically due to the certain emotions that it would evoke, right? It's a psychology game. Now, most people would look at this thumbnail, and I know because I've done this on live calls before, and they would say, this thumbnail lost for sure because Hormozi's giving it all away, right? He's giving everything away. He's saying, just advertise, add more channels, and expand the avatar. Cool, right? I already know what to do. I don't need to click on it and watch. Wrong. You're so wrong. See, when I see this thumbnail, I think this is genius. This is basically like giving you a small piece of something that you really want, tasting it, but not giving you the full piece. And then because of that, you want it even more. For example, I say, okay, so I need to start. That's where I'm at. I want to go to my desire, which is profit. And he's saying to just advertise, add more channels, expand the avatar. But when I look at this one by one, advertise, where? Do I focus on creative? Do I focus on ad spend? How much ad spend do I give it? How many creatives should I test? Which platforms should I use? Should I use Google, YouTube? Should I use Facebook? Should I use TikTok ads? Should I use Instagram ads? Right? Tons of questions. Add more channels. What channels? Where? YouTube? Short form? Do I focus on volume? Do I focus on quality? Do I hire a team? Do I need clippers? How do I do this? Do I need an editor? How do I edit? How do I film? Is there a content strategy that you recommend? Questions. Expand the avatar. Awesome. That's basic. Wait, I don't have an avatar. Is he going to give me a cheat sheet or like a document that I could maybe use to figure out who my avatar is? Is he going to give a framework example in the video? Is he going to explain what he means by this? Expand the avatar. Where? On certain platforms in general? Like with my ICP, like with my who I'm targeting, or with my audience I'm targeting, right? Because our on YouTube we have new, casual, and core, so these could be separate audiences or the same audience, separate levels. My point of this is these give you a tiny piece of the puzzle. They do not give you the answers. They do not give everything away, and this is why this thumbnail won. Because what happens is when I see this, I say, okay, starting, that's where I'm at. Great, he understands me. Profit's where I want to be. I instantly now have pain and desire, which creates curiosity. It creates an emotional response. I want to click. Then I see advertise, adds more channels, expand the avatar. I know Alex Hormozi will explain these things, and I know that this is way too vague for me to just assume it. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to watch. Especially paired with the title, you can make way more money than you think. man, all of this together, it's a perfect storm. It's a perfect storm. And by the way, this isn't even a super high performing video for Alex Hormozi, right? And yet it's still a banger. Now, I want to break down, it's great to break down what worked, but I want to break down really briefly why this thumbnail didn't work. Right? Why did this thumbnail not work? And again, guys, I'm not on Hormozi's team as much as I would love to be a part of that strategy team. But that being said, I can only do my best guess after working on several viral videos for clients, after having some of my own videos blow up, and also living, eating, and breathing YouTube every single day. That being said, this thumbnail, it says it changed my life. Okay. Now this could work well because it's Hormozi, and a lot of people care about Hormozi. Like I really care about what Hormozi has to say. But with this being said, even Hormozi himself probably ran into this problem. And one thing that you guys need to fundamentally remember, and I've said this in earlier lessons, is people do not care about you, right? I know it sounds harsh, but people on YouTube do not care about you. They will only click and watch one of your videos, especially if you're a new kid on the block, right? If they have some sort of reason to have perceived value that they will gain by watching your video. Now, Alex Hormozi is a little bit different because, like, no matter what, I'll click and watch a Hormozi video, but the masses probably won't, right? That being said, I believe that the reason this thumbnail didn't work super well is because he made it about himself. He said it changed my life, right? And right away, people are like, great, I don't care how it changed your life. I want to know how it can change my life. I think, this is my hypothesis, I think that if Alex Hormozi, Mr. Hormozi, changed this title on the thumbnail to, okay, take this with a grain of salt. This is off the top of my head. Usually, I never like to exceed more than 4 words in a thumbnail, which, by the way, he does. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, perfect. In that, I would try to find a way to word this in 4 words or less, but it would be something along the lines of like, it will change your life, right? Something where I take this away from me and turn it more towards you, which is ironic that I'm saying this because I was just saying how his whole superpower is the fact that, like Batman, he makes the value the main focus and not himself. But in this case, which by the way, this one probably wasn't even a Hormozi, this was probably his team. In this case, it changed my life. I think it would have performed way better if it said, I think that this split test would have been a way closer, fiercer battle if this was worded, it will change your life, or something along those lines in 4 words or less, right? Now, let's go down to the title though, because this is gold, right? What about titles? Which one of these titles do you think won the split test and why? Now, I didn't have data on his split test for sure, but like I didn't see if this was a split test, so I just wrote a hypothetical here. But let's say that one of his titles that he went with was how to make more money than you think versus the one that he used, which was you can make way more money than you think. Think about this. And don't just choose this one because he did. Which one do you think you would click on more? Okay. Gave you a few seconds. I personally would click on this one more. Now, I want you to ask yourself why. Whatever you chose, why? Why would you click on that one? Because this is what it's all about, guys. If you want to like nail the psychology of YouTube and the click and everything, it's having self-awareness. It's zooming out and unbiasedly asking yourself these questions that people don't ask, right? Like when I see a thumbnail or different variations of titles, I stop and ask myself, okay, why? Right? Well, why out of these 2 titles do I gravitate towards this one? Well, right off the bat, it's the same reason, and I'll circle back to this. The reason that this title performs better or would perform better, you can make way more money than you think, which is the one he used, is the same reason why this video idea here performed way better than this video idea here. Okay? What do I mean? This was a video idea I found when I was doing some research the other day. It was called, Could You Spend $1 Trillion? Could you spend $1 trillion? It had 7.2 million views. 7.2 million views. 7.2, okay? It's a lot of views. And it was called, Could You Spend $1 Trillion? Now, look at this thumbnail. or sorry, this packaging for this video. This was somebody else who went and copied this video and was called How to Spend $1 Trillion. It only got 186,000 views. Granted, it's still a good amount of views, but not nearly in comparison to this one. Why? Well, think about it. When I see this one, I instantly think, oh, come on, man, screw you. You don't know how to spend. First of all, there's no way you have 1 trillion. So don't come over here and try to teach me how to spend 1 trillion. Because I already know I'm getting clickbaited. I know it's crap. I know that it's a bunch of fluff. And I know that it's just going to be him guessing and trying to figure it out and just make viral content to get views, right? These are the first intrusive thoughts that come into my mind when I read this title. Like, get out of here, bro. Kick rocks. Versus this title, could you spend 1 trillion? I'm no longer instantly like, come on, man. There's no way you can tell me how to spend 1 trillion. Versus now I'm thinking, wait, could I? What's happening? What's the difference between those two? Curiosity is being evoked, right? Right away, I'm saying, wait, could you actually spend 1 trillion? Like, because I know the difference between 1 million and 1 billion is way, way greater than anybody thinks. And I love breaking that down. And I was like, wow, what is the difference between 1 trillion? And then paired with this beautiful thumbnail, right? It's like, what are some things that you could do? I could buy a country. I could go to space maybe. I could buy the Mona Lisa. Like, there's all these different things I could do. I am filled to my brim internally with curiosity. And I know that this video is going to be more of like a speculative journey, right? So instead of being totally turned off and like, man, get out of here, kick rocks, I'm instantly like, yes, I want to go on this journey with you. I am curious. I am dying to watch this video. In fact, when I scrolled past my YouTube, when I was doing research, I scrolled past this. I was very unproductive for the next 13 minutes while watching this video because I clicked and watched the entire video. I knew I had to use it as an example. Now, going back to this title, it's the same reason this title works. How to make way more money than you think. Now, Hormozi has the credibility to be able to 100% get away with using this title. But it instantly, I think the words how to and paired with money are a really big turnoff right now in the current social landscape. But when it's turned more, and also this is, again, the same thing that the thumbnail does. How to is really bringing this back to Hormozi as the spotlight if he went with this. It's saying, I have all the answers and I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna be the guru and teach you how to do it. Versus this is the guide. This isn't the guru, right? Here, what's happening is we're filled with curiosity and inspiration. He's saying you can, not how to, you can make way more money than you think. Now, this title, paired with this thumbnail, paired with Alex Hormozi's reputation, I am utterly dumbfounded as to why this got only 230,000 views, okay? Moving on. This is all great to get the click. But if you guys remember in past lessons, getting the click, it is one of the most important battles, but it is also only half the battle, right? Because we need to get people to sit and watch. I mean, YouTube's a business, right? Fundamentally speaking. Their main goal as a business is to keep people on the platform for longer, watching for longer. So if you can have the best thumbnails and titles in the world and get tons of clicks, but your average view duration percentage, your retention will suck. Right? And if that happens, your videos won't get pushed. I can show you analytics. I'll get to it in a minute. I'll show you guys analytics of this. I have videos with massive CTR percentages, like click-through rate percentages, massive amount of impressions. Like I have a video with over 1 million impressions, really good, over a 5% click-through rate, which is good. And it like got about 200 something thousand views and completely plateaued. Why? Because the more views it got, the more impressions it got, the more views it got. And after time, the more views it got, the retention went down. And when the retention went down past a certain level, YouTube stopped pushing it. Wasn't keeping people on the platform for longer. That being said, what are some examples of someone who masters the parts of the actual video that involves getting people not only to click, but also to watch the whole way through? Well, we're going to continue with Mr. Hormozi as the perfect example. Now, what is the most important part of the actual video once a person clicks onto it, right? Well, it's really the hook, guys. I know you've heard this before, but stick with me because I think I might share something that you haven't heard before when it comes to the hook. Now, how should we go about the perfect hook? In my opinion, and what I've analyzed after being a part of several viral videos, but also just studying hundreds of others, And I'm not exaggerating when I say hundreds. I would even venture off and say probably close to like over 1,000. Definitely close to over 1,000. No, I made a whole spreadsheet with over 1,000. What am I talking about? Definitely over 1,000. So I've reviewed and studied a lot of videos. Now, with that being said, I think the most important thing when having a hook is matching viewer expectations, because it instantly equals trust, and that trust gets somebody to watch a little bit longer. What do I mean? I mean, when somebody is scrolling through your video, they see your title and they see your thumbnail. And when they see that thumbnail, they have a perceived expectation of what that video is going to be about. And if the hook opens up and matches those viewers' expectations, you build trust and you get them to want to watch for longer, right? And this is why the hook is so important. And this is why we should focus on matching viewer expectations to build more trust, right? Now, looking at Hormozi again, he had this video. It got 1.3 million views. It is such a good video, guys, such a good video. If I wanted to become a millionaire in 2025, this is what I'd do, full blueprint. I just want to take a second and ask you, what do you guys see? This isn't a trick question. What do you see? Well, right away, I see this big blue board or piece of paper, right? It looks like a blueprint. Cool. What else do I see? See Alex Hormozi. What else do I see? I see a green screen, green background. Awesome. Now, when you click and watch this video, what is the very first frame that we see? What do we see? We see Alex Hormozi. We see a blue board that looks like a blueprint, and we see a green background. We even see a bag of cash. Little bonus here, right? When we see this thumbnail, we have a perceived expectation of what we're going to get. When I see it, my perceived expectation is, cool. I'm going to watch a video where Hormozi is going to have this big blue piece of paper as a blueprint, and he's going to walk me through what this blueprint is. Fantastic. Can't wait. What a lot of people do is they'll have this, and then it'll be them sitting at a desk, right? Which is fine, because so one thing I will say really quickly, guys, quick caveat. There are entertainment YouTubers and there are education YouTubers. With entertainment YouTubers, matching viewer expectation, basically meaning having visually your thumbnail play in the video almost in a sense, like Hormozi did here, that's a law. For education, I believe that this is a principle, meaning you should try to do this as best as you can, but it's difficult to make a really awesome thumbnail for education and it be you sitting down in your office. That being said, how do we do viewer expectation the same way? If we can't do it visually, we should do it auditorily or auditorily. Yeah. Basically verbally, right? So if I was doing this video that Hormozi has right here, and it was called, if I wanted to become a millionaire in 2025, this is what I'd do. I would open the video as a hook being like, all right, guys, in this video, I'm going to show you that, or maybe I would say if I wanted to become a millionaire. In this video, I'm going to show you how if I wanted to become a millionaire all over again, credibility, in 2026, this is exactly what I'll do. And guys, in this video, I'm going to break down the full A to Z blueprint on how to do it, blah, 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 right? That's how I would verbally have match viewer expectations. Now, let's get back to this example. What's the second frame? The second frame, again, reinforcing those viewer expectations. We see that blue board again, that blueprint. We see Hormozi again. We see the green screen again, right? Banger, banger, banger. What do we see? Different camera angles, same thing, right? Blue blueprint, board, see Hormozi, we see the green screen, the green background. Right away, we have trust built and we have our expectations matched. This buys Alex Hormozi more time, or this buys more time that he's going to get from the viewers watching. Now they're going to give him more of a chance, right? Watch for a little bit longer. And this is a game you have to continue to play throughout the whole script. But this right here, guys, is the most important thing to remember when it comes to hooks, in my opinion. Of course, outside of the actual hook itself, because that's important to talk about. But I have videos about that. I'm talking about right here, like from a psychological perspective, it's matching viewers' expectations. Okay. All right, moving on. Now, what else makes Alex Hormozi stand out like crazy? Well, in my opinion, it's the way he speaks. I think that, it's really annoying because I see a lot of people who will get into whatever niche they get into and they'll look at Alex Hormozi, Dan Martell, and they'll look at people like Iman Gadzhi, and then they'll look at them externally, right? What are they wearing? What do they have? What watch do they have? What whiteboard do they use? And they try to copy all that. But people are fundamentally focusing on the wrong things, right? And this is something I'm really grateful for with a lot of mentors I've had to get as good at content that I have, is I've learned to not do that, because I've been there and I have done that in the past. And it's cringy to look at, remember. But anyways, that being said, I think it's really important to not look at what people are saying as much as what they're doing. And when we look at what Hormozi is doing, the way he speaks volumes. What do I mean? Now, I don't know if he's fully scripted or not. Doesn't matter. But he for sure follows a structure. That is for sure. I can almost guarantee you he follows a structure. If he doesn't follow a structure now, I guarantee you he did before, and he got so good at following it that he just naturally does it and doesn't need to anymore. I would almost be willing to guarantee you. It's my best guess. I don't know for sure, but I would be willing to almost guarantee you. Now, before I break down what I mean by how Alex Hormozi speaks, I first want to share a term with you that I had to research because I'm too dumb to know this myself, and it is called pseudo-intellectualism. What is this fancy word? Well, pseudo-intellectualism is essentially the behavior of using complicated language to appear intelligent rather than just to communicate clearly. Meaning, pseudo-intellectualism is a word that means people try to sound way smarter than they need to because they want to be perceived as intelligent. Okay, this is what people do on YouTube. But what I want you to understand and remember is YouTube isn't a game of how you look. It's not a game of how you're perceived. It's a game of how your audience feels. It's a game of what your audience perceives. For example, right? If you speak in a way that makes you sound incredibly intelligent, but you use words that your audience does not know what they mean, you will give your audience a negative connotation. They will feel negatively about what they just watched because you make them fundamentally feel stupider for watching because they don't understand what you're saying. And when you don't understand what somebody is saying, you feel dumber, right? Now, let's flip the script. If you speak at a really beginner level to a point where you make your audience feel smart, now there's a reward system happening, this feedback loop happening, where every time they watch your videos or hear you speak, hear you talk, whenever they engage with you, they now feel smarter. They feel more intelligent because you are just speaking dumber. Now, I don't mean that in a negative way. You can speak, that's probably a bad way to word it. Anyways, all this to say, this, my friends, is another lesson that you guys should please take from Alex Hormozi. It's something that I've been trying to implement more and more in my content as well. And it's basically doing the anti-pseudo-intellectualism. It's basically where we're taking what we're saying and we are making it at a 5th grade comprehension level. In fact, whether I have my videos bullet pointed out or whether I have it fully manuscripted word for word, I will always go through it. And I will never have AI write my scripts. I think not using AI is your unfair advantage when it comes to things like scripting or coming up with your own thoughts. But that being said, I will take my final script and I will tell AI, please do not change a single thing. Just tell me which sentences. I don't even tell it to change. I say, tell me which sentences could be reworded to be at a 5th grade comprehension level. And then I revise my script accordingly. Now, looking back at Alex Hormozi, there was a video I was watching. And by the way, guys, Alex Hormozi has a company literally called acquisition.com. For those of you who don't know, acquisition means basically getting clients, okay? Now, in this video, Alex Hormozi, I realized that he could have said this. He could have said, at the end of his main point, he could have said, and ladies and gentlemen, this is how you can increase your acquisition. Instead, Alex Hormozi decided to say, and this is how you can get more clients, right? It's just easier to digest, easier to process. It makes the audience feel smarter. It hits, I don't have to waste time thinking about what this word means because I know what this means, right? And another point I want to give you guys, and I've learned this from experience, never assume that people know what you're talking about. For example, of course, most entrepreneurs know what acquisition means. Most of them know what LTV means and this stuff, right? But never assume that they all know. I'll give you a perfect example. So I have my free school community, I have the mid-ticket school community, and then I have a super high ticket yearly thing, which is like super exclusive. It's $8,000 a year. I had somebody go through my entire funnel and pay me for the $8,000 a year one. Okay? We were on a call together. I used the word acquisition. And LTV in the same call. And the reason I use both those words as examples is because they didn't know what either of those were. They didn't know LTV meant lifetime value, and they didn't know acquisition meant getting clients. Yet they made a lot of money, and they were pretty good at what they were doing, right? They were pretty good at it. And that was a mind shift that I really had to go through. And I was like, what the heck? You don't know what that means? And it really opened my eyes and helped me become a better content creator, because I realized Alex Hormozi has been showing us the way this entire time, right? We need to be speaking at a 5th grade comprehension level and never assume, no matter the status or stature of anybody, never assume that we just know that they'll know what we're talking about or know what a word means or something. Now, moving on. You know what else Alex Hormozi does that nobody ever realizes it? And it's something that happens in his videos, and it's another thing that happens silently. By the way, the only reason I have figured this out is because I have been fortunate enough to work with a lot of decent-sized teams, and also I have a few really close friends who are like editors or creatives for people like Johnny Harris and other big YouTubers like that. And I've been able to see a lot of these big creators' scripts and how they actually structure videos. Now, this varies across creator to creator. But one of the strongest ones I've found, and one of the ones I love the most, and I think is the most powerful, is what I think Hormozi does in every one of his videos, whether it's conscious or unconscious. Because when I broke it down, it's what I found to be the case, right? And it's also what I do in my videos. It's basically a structure. Whether he's writing a full script or not, it's a structure he follows, okay? And the structure is setup, tension, and payoff. What do I mean? Okay, what are these things? What is this? A setup is basically like a re-hook, okay? It is where we're posing a question, ideally rooted in a pain point, to get their re-hook their attention. Get them curious, right? Because every single video has a natural segmentation to it, or like a tip 1, tip 2, tip 3, or like different points. Each of those should have their own setups, tensions, and payoffs. Meaning, each of those should have their own like re-hook, where we kind of re-engage the person into why they should listen to the next point. Tension is where we explain what the main point is. Well, by the way, let me skip that. Payoff is the main point, right? So main point of the video that you're trying to make. This is the main point. Tension is where we explain what the main point is through stories, analogies, examples, without ever saying the actual main point. And then at the payoff is the main point. Why do we do it this way? Well, because if we just said, which by the way, most YouTubers do this, they'll be like, all right, guys, so tip 1 is, let me think of a good example. I'm totally having a brain fart here. Let's say we're talking about like video editing, right? And it's like how to edit faster. It's like, all right, guys, tip 1 is make sure you're timing yourself. And then you go ahead and you explain why. Well, guess what? If I'm watching that video, I'm going to either skip ahead or click off because I already got what I came for. Great, I got the tip. I don't need to listen to you or waste my time for 5 minutes listening to you explain why I need to time myself. This is why we should follow the setup, tension, payoff framework. Because when we do this, we kind of like cue up the curiosity like we would like in basketball. I know nothing about basketball. I'm not even going to try to continue that analogy. Anyways, we'll like set up the point that we're trying to do with a setup, with some sort of curiosity or question, right? Then we go and we explain the main point without giving it away. So we'd be like, a way I could do this is be like, now, okay, guys, cut me some slack. This is going to be off the cuff. So if the main point is saving time or timing yourself editing, then the setup, I would say maybe something like, all right, let's do this. I'll do this setup, tension, payoff. Cut me some slack here. I would maybe do something like really rooted in a pain point. So I'd be like, okay, well, I would ask myself, I'm just thinking out loud here so you guys could see how I go about this process. So for a setup, I would be like, all right, if the main point is how to time yours, or that you need to time yourself editing, why? Like what's the main pain point that drives that action? For me, I'm thinking right off the bat, it's probably because we waste a lot of time without ever realizing where it went and not feeling like we got a lot of progress done when we're editing. Cool. All right, I got it. There we go. Let's rock and roll. All right, setup, tension, payoff. I would say setup. By the way, guys, have you ever edited a video and then like 4 or 5 hours passed by, it was nighttime outside and you felt like you were just sipping your coffee a second ago and you literally felt like you've made zero progress on your timeline when editing? Boom, setup. Relatability, curiosity, and hitting on a pain point. Now I'll go into tension. Now the tension of this could be where I explain what the main point is without saying the main point through stories, analogies, whatever, illustrations. This is hard off the spot, off the cuff. So right after that setup, I could say, well, that was literally me last year. I was editing for this really big YouTuber. I was editing documentaries every single week, which for any of you guys who know editing, those are beasts. They deserve a whole month worth of time, and I was having to do them every single week. I was getting so burnt out, and I was also trying to I was questioning my own skills. I was spending so much time editing and making zero progress. But the thing is, this is a problem I see all the time with editors. The more and more I talk with more editors, the more I get involved in communities, I realize that people have the same problem. And people are getting really fatigued through editing as well. And where could I go with this? I would say, and you know what? You know what? I figured out the solution to this problem. In fact, now I'm at a point where I'm editing 2 of those documentaries a week and I have more free time than I've ever had before, right? And essentially, the way it works is I realized that I was wasting so much time getting distracted. I realized that we only have one battery every single day of energy, and both positive and negative inputs take energy out of that battery, right? So time with my wife and kid, even though that's positive, it takes energy out. Getting emails or putting out fires in my business, responding to clients, that takes energy out from a negative perspective, right? This battery is being depleted, and I only have so much energy, so much decision-making ability, and I get decision fatigue after a while. And then I have, notifications, I have YouTube and all these other distractions that come with editing, right? We have to go and source B-roll, and when we go online and find B-roll, we're fed with distraction after distraction, right? There's all these different distractions, but it all changed for me. It all changed for me when I started timing myself. Payoff. Now all I do is I simply segment my tasks. I have an open spreadsheet and I put a timer on. And anytime I go to a different website or anything, I just mark that website down. I write what time it is and I time track it. Now you only need to do this for 1 week. It's going to feel counterproductive, but it'll give you a deep insight as to where you're wasting most of your time so you can offset that. Boom, right? That was a little bit rough. This is exactly how I would go about explaining a point following this setup, tension, and payoff. But how does it work within film, right? Well, one of my favorite movies is Interstellar. Again, I'm obsessed with movies. Interstellar is fantastic. I'm sorry if you guys haven't seen it. Here's a spoiler. Honestly, if you guys haven't seen it, I kindly invite you to leave this video, right? So setup, basically there was a huge dust storm and it came into their house, this little girl's room, and it fell in a pattern. The dust storm fell into a pattern, and they were trying to figure out what this pattern meant, right? Who was it that did this, or what was it? Was it a ghost? What was it, right? Then we forget about it, and the rest of the movie propels forward and continues. And then at the very end of the movie, 2 hours later, we finally have the payoff, which gives us or explains to us who did that and why it happened. Right, which was an amazing moment. I'm literally getting goosebumps thinking about it. It was so good. Now, this is all good, right? I gave you guys an example off the cuff, which was cool. But then I also I'm talking about film now. It's easy to do this structure with films because you have $1 million budgets, whatever. How do we do this in the world of YouTube? Other than the example I just showed you? Easy. We look at Hormozi as an example. Now, Hormozi had this video called, "If I wanted to create a business that runs itself, here's what I would do." God, such a good video. Honestly, this is a low performing video for him, but all of his videos are bangers. Anyways, in this video, I noticed that he did this setup, tension, payoff. Again, I don't know if it was on purpose or not. I have no way. I don't have his number. I've not talked to him. I would love to, but I've not. I don't know anybody on his team really. No, I don't know anybody on his team. I have friends of friends who know people on his team, but that's it, right? Or at least it used to be. But I don't know anybody on his team right now. So I have no way of confirming this other than just the analyzing that I did. That being said, let's look at this setup. All right, so this whole video is about how to create a business that runs itself. Now, the main point, let's first start with the main point. The main point of this was he's talking about automating a business, right? He's like, all right, so the whole main point here is you need to automate a business and you need to build systems for that business. And it's really important to do if you want to sell it or scale it, et cetera, right? Past yourself. Great, that's the main point. That's the payoff. Now, how does he go about this? Well, first, he sets up the point. He's like, by the way, guys, before we talk about, how to create a business that runs itself, we first need to understand what is a business. What's your intention of having a business? Because let me tell you, reality does not equal expectations when creating a business. I am curious as to what he means. Then he goes on to explain he explains the point. He basically explains what automation is, why we need it, through examples, through stories, through analogies. He even uses the Iron Man suit as one of his analogies or illustrations, and he explains the point without saying the actual point. And then he gets to the actual point and he gives it away. And that's why you need to automate a business and build systems. It's incredibly important to do so if you want to sell or scale, right? Perfect example. All right. Now, if you guys don't think that this could work, I want to prove it to you. Hopefully this is a cool drop the mic moment. I want to prove it to you by showing you that if you found this video remotely engaging, it is the same framework that I have used throughout this entire video. In fact, I'll prove it to you. You guys remember earlier on where I talked about Alex Hormozi's retention and how he could mirror the same kind of average view duration percentage as some entertainment YouTubers? And then I said, he's like, right, that was the setup. You were curious as to how. And then I didn't tell you how. What did I do, guys? I went and I started talking about Batman, right? I started talking about Batman. And then what did I do? I talked about a common problem that YouTube has that is or has close synergy to my main point with Batman and Hormozi. And then I have my payoff, which is, hey, this is how Hormozi reminds me of Batman. How? Well, because he's all bark, no bite. Or sorry, he's no bark, all bite. He's the opposite. Basically, he is, sorry, I said he is all bark, no bite. I meant to say he is no bark, all bite, right? The same way that Batman focuses on being a hero through action, Hormozi focuses on this. He does the same thing Batman does, but through value. And the whole main point, my main payoff was Alex Hormozi makes himself the B plot, the B character, and he makes the value the A plot, the main protagonist. This is just one example of how I've literally formulated this entire lesson that we've went through to keep you engaged and run you through step by step how you could do this framework. That was a lot. We're 52 minutes in here, guys, but I hope you found this extraordinarily valuable. I was pumped to give this lesson. I love it. I love this stuff. It's fun. I hope you enjoyed it. With that being said, the next lesson will also be really fun and really good for you. So I'm going to go take a break, grab some food, and I will see you guys in that lesson. All right, in this lesson, we are going to be covering monetization, right? Because we all want to make money with YouTube. I mean, that's the goal with trying to do YouTube. It's to be able to get some profit from it, right? Be able to make some money from it. And it's fun to do it as well, right? This mic stand is just going crazy here. But basically what we're going to do today is we're going to jump straight into it and we're going to talk about all the different ways that you can monetize on YouTube. Again, just really quickly, I want to say that if you guys do go ahead and you do join the premium, I go in a little bit more depth on this, but really it's in the VIP where I go in excruciating depth and I show you literally the full blueprint step by step, including access, private WhatsApp access to me and weekly coaching calls on how I generate well over 30 grand plus every single month from YouTube alone, or like this month where I hit 60,000 with YouTube, all organic. Okay, cool. With that being said, you guys don't need that to start. All you need is this free community right now to start. And this is going to be the basic monetization plan. Now, of course, we can do sponsors, right? Of course, we can have AdSense and sponsors. AdSense is the amount of money that YouTube pays you, right, for making videos. But in order to unlock this benefit, you have to get 1,000 subscribers plus 4,000 hours of watch time, meaning people have to watch at least 4,000 hours of content from you, and you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers in order to be monetized, which means every time that an advertisement plays before one of your videos, you get paid for that. Now, the other way is through brands or sponsors. So basically, you could have a brand will pay you money in order to speak about their brand during like a 30-second segment in your video, right? I've made about 11, closer to like 10,000, like $200, somewhere around there in a whole month with just brand deals alone. But I hate working with brands. I hate working with sponsors. I highly don't recommend either of these, right? These are great if you're starting out and they're fun and exciting in the beginning, but they get old quick. When I talk about monetizing on YouTube, I mean with YouTube as our mechanism, right? We can make pretty decent money with brand deals, as I said, and pretty decent money with AdSense if a video goes viral. But in the world, it's the world's worst grind ever. And it's a vicious cycle because in order to get really high paying sponsors or get really a lot of money with AdSense, you need to keep going viral. And that's really hard to do, right? If you want to keep income high. Now, as I just said, I made around 10K in a month from brand deals alone, and it was horrible. It was literally like I was a freelancer freelancing for my own channel, getting revisions on my videos, being told how to make the videos, very much dislike the process. Very, very much, right? So instead, I like to view YouTube, as I just said, as a mechanism. What does this mean? I like to view it as a mechanism to make money rather than using YouTube as a platform to make money. How can you do this? The best way to do this, guys, really simply is to create your own offer, right? Now, this could be a ton of different things. This could be maybe you offer one-to-one consulting or coaching where you teach somebody the knowledge you have. This could be selling digital products, right? This could be creating a Skool community. This could be delivering services. Maybe you help someone do something, right? This could be a million different things. But the whole premise of this is really simple. You create videos. Let's say that you sell a service, because that's probably the most popular. Let's say that you're a video editor. I'm going to make video editing or videos about video editing. And in the description, I am going to, or in the video somewhere, I'll say, by the way, guys, if you want somebody to edit your videos, like I could do it, blah, blah, blah. And I'll put the link to work with me in the description, right? This is a great way of bringing traffic into turning viewers into buyers. If it's digital products or coaching, it's the same thing, right? I am basically going YouTube video, pushing them into whatever my offer is. Now, this goes much deeper than this. As I said, I have literally like 3-hour plus masterclasses and coaching calls every week inside of the VIP tier of my Skool community where I teach you guys how to do this. But instead of focusing so much on one thing that you need to offer right now, I don't want you guys to get lost and figure out what you need to offer. I first want you to understand the principle of this, how this whole thing works, right? And I want to zoom out and I want you to first understand the infrastructure that you should build your offers on. So whether you're doing services, digital products, coaching, whatever it is that you choose to do, whatever offer you decide to create, it needs to be built on this infrastructure. It doesn't need to be, but this is my favorite. This is what I call the coffee shop. Well, it's actually what one of my mentors calls the coffee shop model. And it's more commonly known as something like the value ladder, all right? So what do I mean when I say the coffee shop model or the value ladder? Well, to better understand this, when you walk into a coffee shop, you have a few different things, right? You have bagged ground beans, like coffee beans that you could buy already pre-grounded in a bag. You have black coffee, right? Simple. You have those fancy frappuccinos. You have different levels of coffee. Well, we should run my favorite model or infrastructure to run my business off of is what's called the coffee shop model. Right? I walk into a coffee shop and let's say that they give me a free espresso trial, right? Their new flavor, their new house blend. Just enough to know whether I like it or not, right? That could be your free lead magnet. Then let's say that I wanted to come in and just buy the bag of coffee beans. That could be your low ticket offer. Then let's say I want to buy a black coffee. That would be your mid ticket offer. And let's say I want to buy one of those really nice expensive frappuccinos. That would be your high ticket offer, okay? I like to structure my business where we have one niche or one main, right? It's all coffee in this example. For me, it's all YouTube growth. So with that being said, let me run you through how I've structured mine, right? So I basically do, you're actually in a part of it right now to be transparent, right? Excuse me. So I have my YouTube videos, and those YouTube videos bring in eyeballs, right? They bring in views or traffic. Sorry, you can't even read that. My handwriting's so bad with a mouse. It brings in views, it brings in traffic, right? All of my traffic, it's focused. Every single piece of it, as of right now, is focused on bringing you into this community that you're watching this video on right now. This is my free community. And this is also my free lead magnet. If you're watching this, you are currently in my lead magnet, right? And this is really important. We want to make sure, guys, this is where people get this wrong all the time. Your free lead magnet needs to be so high quality with so much value. And I hope I've been able to achieve that for you thus far, that people are like, oh my gosh, Dylan's free course was so valuable. If that was his free course, I can't even comprehend how valuable his paid stuff will be. Okay. That's the goal of this free lead magnet. And I hope that you feel that way. So we want to really provide 100% value and trust with the audience, and we want them to engage with us as much as humanly possible, because it's very rare that someone watches a video cold and then just opts in your highest ticket offer, right? So if I have one-to-one coaching for $10,000, for example, it is extremely unlikely that people will watch my YouTube video and go straight to my super high ticket offer. Very unlikely. What I have found to be the case more often is 99% of people who end up buying my high ticket offer, they always start from my YouTube video and they always go to my free lead magnet first. Now, whether they go from my free lead magnet straight to the high ticket or whether they go from the lead magnet to the next tier, then the high ticket, that's another story. But it always starts with the video to free lead magnet before they pay me anything, because they are like, whoa, I got so much free value from him. Imagine what his paid stuff is. Now, what can the free lead magnet be? This could be courses, free courses like what you're doing now. I also offer more stuff, like I give you guys free AI GPTs, free resources, all this stuff. But the goal is to get their email address. And it's begin to build your own newsletter, because it's one of the most valuable things you could possibly do with this infrastructure. Again, in my VIP tier on Skool, I teach you guys exactly step by step how to launch and scale your own newsletter the same way I have, in the same way that I do, with email newsletter templates and everything. It's crazy, crazy valuable. But for the sake of this free course, I'm going to keep it super simple. Go sign up for something like ConvertKit, or now it's called Kit, or something like StanStore. It's a really basic, beginner-friendly place where you could go pay a few bucks. In fact, Kit is free. And your first 1,000 email subscribers, you can have completely for free with Kit. And start sending emails. Go watch a YouTube tutorial on how to set that up and create a free lead magnet and get people from your YouTube videos into that free lead magnet and get their email. That should be your focus, not selling anything, capturing email addresses. Most of my sales happen within the email or within the free lead magnet. Now, another thing that you could do here is you could do a whole nother ecosystem or infrastructure where you go basically free video into either a free training, or you give something like templates, systems, or something like that away, right? And then you could lead them into your email infrastructure, which pushes them to join something like a cohort, which is seasonal, right? So let's say you only launch like 5 of these a year and you have 30 members per launch, and it's like $5,000 to join the cohort, right? This is very seasonal, but this is another thing I've tried doing before, which I break down how I do that. And then you could upsell them into one-on-one consulting, right? The sky is the limit with what you could do here. I just wanted to bring your attention very vaguely, because I didn't want this to be too much about business or cash. I wanted this to be focused, this free course to be really focused on YouTube and YouTube growth. I just wanted to show you guys what's possible. Now, quick win with this, guys. What I want you to do is, there is a lot more to this, but for now, try to come up with what your free lead magnet could be. Try to figure out what can your free lead magnet be. And a little pro tip here. If you are very skeptical or on edge about what to make your free lead magnet because you're like, I can't give that away for free, it's too valuable, that's a clear sign that you should give it away for free. I was battling internally the entire time I've been in fact, I'm creating it right now, but the entire time I'm creating this free training, this free course, because I'm giving away so much in this. As you guys have already seen, if you're watching this video, you've already seen how much I've given away for free. I felt very uncomfortable doing that. And that's exactly why I knew I needed to do it. Because I knew that the outcome would be people's minds blown with the free value. So I want you to do as a quick one, I want you to brainstorm what your free lead magnet is. I want you to try to build it out and make every single call to action in your YouTube video to that free thing. What I want you to do is when you're done brainstorming your free lead magnet, I want you to post what it is in the community. I want you to do this within the next 24 hours, okay? So let's rock and roll, guys. I hope that this was helpful, and I will see you guys in the next lesson. All right, we're entering into a new era of YouTube, right? So I'm sure that for the last year, I'd say we've been hearing a lot of talk about how YouTube is on easy mode and all this stuff, right? Well, I'm here to tell you, and I don't want to, make you feel demoralized or discourage you at all, but YouTube is now entering hard mode. Okay, YouTube is changing in 2026. In fact, all the views across the board on YouTube right now have been at an all-time low recently, right? Views are down. People are struggling on YouTube now. And I like to liken this to the stock market, right? You have bull runs and you have bear runs. Bull runs are when everything's going up and everybody's a genius because everybody's making money. And then bear runs is where all the stocks are going down and people start to lose money. They panic, they sell, all this other stuff, okay? With YouTube, it's kind of like the same thing right now. We had the bull run. YouTube was on easy mode. Now we're going into hard mode. But similar with the stocks, there are people who get rich in bear mode, right? And they're the smart ones. They're the ones who understand the strategy. So if you are the same with YouTube, you will win in hard mode. In fact, it will be your unfair advantage that we're now on hard mode. So how is YouTube changing in 2026 though, right? Like what does this mean for us? What is it that's changing so that we know how to operate, and how do we operate? Like what do we do differently now in this new era of YouTube? Well, we're going to break it down right now. So YouTube's algorithm has recently made a little bit of a shift or a change, and now, like I said, views are down and people have been struggling, and it's been like panic mode, kind of like apocalyptic vibe going on or feeling in the air within the YouTube growth space. But the first thing I want to break down with you guys is the fact that subscribers don't equal views. So we're starting to enter this new era of YouTube where nobody really cares about subscribers anymore. For example, I have a little over 24,000 subscribers on my channel, but I have videos with hundreds of thousands of views, several. So because of that, because my engagement is high, sponsors or brands, when they want to work with me, for example, which is one way to monetize with YouTube, they pay me way more money than you would think. I get paid around $3,500 per video that I do a brand deal or sponsor, okay? Because I have high engagement. And my click-through rate percentage or conversion rate from people who watch my video to convert in anything I promote is pretty high. It's above the industry standard, which is over 5%, right? 5% is like the high end on the industry standard. Mine is usually over that, which is pretty awesome. So thank you for everyone who's a real one following me or subscribing to me on YouTube. But subscribers don't equal views anymore. So stop focusing on subscribers. Who cares about subscribers? I was on a call the other day with a brand ambassador who wanted to do a brand deal with me, and they were literally telling me they no longer look at your subscriber count. They look at your engagement on videos, meaning how many views your videos are getting on average. That's what they care about. And it makes sense, right? Because you could have 1 million subscribers, but if you're only getting 2,000 views on a video, your engagement's very low. But if you have 24,000 or 20,000 subscribers, or heck, even 5,000 subscribers, but you're getting, 10, 20, 30,000 views plus per video, you have really good engagement, right? And that's what matters. That's what matters across the board. So stop focusing on subscribers. Stop focusing on even views. Start optimizing for views, right? Why do I say stop focusing on views and start optimizing for views? Because when you focus on views, you're focusing on an input or really an output that you have zero control over. You can't control how many views a video gets, but you can. So that's why you shouldn't focus on it, but you can optimize for it. Meaning You can make the best thumbnail that you can possibly make. You can make the best video that you can possibly make, the best script, the best title. You can run split tests. You should give every video 110%. I mean, it's your name on it. It's your reputation. And anything that I put my name on, I want to make sure it's of 110% of the utmost quality possible, right? No cutting corners. So because of that, if you optimize for views and don't focus on views, you will be successful with YouTube, especially in this new kind of hard mode era that we're going into. Now, the next point that I want to talk about is how to stand out in a sea of sameness, because right now it is a lot of noise on the platform. It's a lot of people using ChatGPT, writing regurgitated scripts that all sound exactly the same. How can we stand out in that? Well, we want to lean into our unfair advantages. All of us have an unfair advantage, and it's ourselves. It's being unapologetically ourselves. The way we talk, how funny we are. We all have that one thing, that one unique thing. We have to find that and lean into it 100%. Oftentimes, you know what the easiest way to do this is? Not use AI. If you are not using AI to write your scripts, again, I have a whole entire, inside of my Skool, I have a whole entire program in there on AI for YouTube. But when I talk about AI for YouTube, what I mean, or really when I say don't use AI, you should use AI to help you do the grunt work of things, to help you speed up processes that don't require your human creativity. For example, with writing scripts, I strongly believe that we should be manually writing a majority of the script, at least the outline or core of it, to make it sound like us. The best way to stand out on YouTube is when you do not use AI, but you use yourself as the majority and use AI to help you get that like 80% to 100%, that last 20%. That's when you should use AI. Because when you use your brain, your God-given gift, right? That's your unfair advantage. I can't tell you how many videos that I've worked on that have gone viral, and most of them we did not use AI for. Because AI is a yes man and it sounds the same nearly. Like I could go on all of your ChatGPT accounts, give it the same prompt to write me a video, and it will write me a pretty similar script every time. How many thousands of people are trying to make a similar video that you're trying to make and you're using AI? That, my friends, that is why we live in a sea of sameness. That is why there's so much noise on the platform. This is just one of many ways that you can stand out. Now, what else can we do? Well, this is step 3. You need to know that lazy videos are dying. Thank God. I mean, good riddance. I hated this trend, guys. I hated this raw, lazy video trend. I used to be a filmmaker and then an editor and then a YouTube strategist. So I'm very creative and I really appreciate high quality stuff, as hopefully you can tell with my videos and just the way this course is filmed and everything. Like, I value quality and effort. So this pissed me off, this whole trend of creating lazy videos. It was so frustrating. Now, not to call him out, because game is game, and he did what he did at the time and it worked. But one of the most common names that most people know when they think of lazy videos out there is William Brown. A lazy video, by the way, is where you literally just start talking to the camera being a crappy 720p webcam, and you have no editing and you just start talking. The thing is, people no longer really like this. I never liked it. Like, I always hated these videos, to be honest. Let me show you proof. This is William Brown 2 years ago. He was getting a ridiculous amount of traction. Look, it's crappy webcam, a thumbnail that he literally took a screen grab for his thumbnail. This makes me angry, because this is just like, you expect me to give you 22 minutes of your time, but you could care less about putting effort into making this. Like, I mean, it worked at the time, whatever. But this dude got 535K views. And this is, he got a lot with hundreds of thousands of views. This was 2 years ago. But look, the same strategy now. This was one of his videos 3 weeks ago. Could see the difference. This one only has 2.6K. A lot of his videos only have 3K, 2K, 3K, 4K, right? They're way lower in engagement, in views. Why? Because the lazy videos are dying. Like, the data is just showing us that these videos are dying. People are sick and tired of watching low effort, lazy videos, even if there is value in them. Like, William Brown's a genius. He's smart, man. He makes a lot of money, value in them. But the barrier to entry is so high now, right? We're entering into a new era of YouTube where I can get the equal amount of value that I can get from William Brown at a way, way, way higher quality, which is way more attractive and easy to watch and listen to, right? That's why this is dying. See, as I said, the barrier to entry is higher than ever. Now, don't get scared. Don't be afraid when I say this, right? So first, I have two questions that I knew most of you guys would probably have, and I want to break them down one by one. First, why do people not like this anymore? I think the main reason that people don't like this anymore is, as I said, it feels low effort. And when something feels low effort, it makes me feel like you don't care about it, right? I will never click on a thumbnail this bad. When it's just a screen grab like this, I'm like, man, forget you, dude. You didn't even put work into your thumbnail and you think you're going to get a click from me? And the thing is, the more people are becoming aware of this, the less people are clicking on it. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Look at these numbers, right? In 2 years, the decline. He's been struggling with the channel. I can tell. I see his videos all the time, right? Now, I think that that's one of the reasons people don't like this anymore. But second is because YouTube is watched more than Netflix at this point, meaning more and more creators are coming online as well, which means the barrier to entry is higher, meaning the quality of distribution of content is much higher. We can watch, industry leaders who are even ahead of William Brown here, right? We could watch them in a way higher quality setting than he is. And for me, I'd do that every day of the week. Now, the other one is what does higher standards mean? What does this mean? It doesn't mean crazy editing, guys. So don't worry, you don't have to spend $3,000 a month on an editor. What it means is caring, right? What do I mean by that? It means invest in a camera, or at least use your iPhone, watch a video on how to set up the best settings for your iPhone, have some decent lighting, and make your image look aesthetically pleasing. Don't turn on your webcam and start recording, okay? This is low effort, lazy videos. High standards means having a decently looking setup in terms of the way it looks, the way it sounds, which is more important than the way it looks, and the way it's lit, right? Like, this goes a lot, this focusing on this, it makes a way bigger impact than you think it makes. Really does. It really, really does. I have friends who are way better at YouTube than me, who are like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, who are crazy about like the data of this stuff, and they run tests on this. Like, even the data shows you that you have a higher conversion rate because more trust is built when you and also just like people watch for longer because it's easier to look at when you have a decent setup, clean setup. When you have it filmed on something that looks well, like an iPhone or ideally a DSLR camera, and most importantly, you have good audio, okay? This is what high standards mean. It means that paired with, and here's the real key to high standards. Here's what really moves the needle forward. It's going to be two things. Value, okay? This is the number one thing. But the second one that nobody talks about is storytelling. Okay. This is why I have an entire section on storytelling, because these two things together are what high value is going to mean in 2026, which means we need to put as much effort in the pre-production, the ideation, the thumbnail, the title, and the scripting as possible. What do I mean by value in storytelling, right? Value in storytelling, I mean, if you are going to give me a valuable point, you need to tell it in a story-esque way. Use an illustration, right? I cover this in the scripting, but basically, like, we want to, let's say that I'm explaining tip 1 to something, and tip 1 is how to edit faster. I might say, for a long time, for about 2 years, I was editing every single day for clients, and the time just passed by, and I felt like I made no progress. And then all of that changed one day when I discovered something crazy. I discovered that by simply timing myself and doing a time audit, I realized where my time went, and I could now delete unnecessary things in my life to save more time and get more done, right? That's how I could storytell. Storytelling is basically using stories, illustrations, analogies, metaphors, anything to help you tell your point better. That paired with the next most important thing, which is what high standards mean, brings us to our next point. and it's going to be your packaging and ideas. These are going to be king. If you do not have, and thank God I love that this is the case. Like these thumbnails, guys, they do not work anymore. They do not. Right now, we are going to go into an era where packaging and ideas, which honestly, this has always been the case, but now it's just going to become the case even more so. This is going to be king. This is my best crown that I can draw. That's really, really bad. So I'm just going to get rid of it. This is going to be king, okay? Now, as I said, we already knew this. I mean, I already drill this into as much as I possibly can every time I talk about packaging, but I really, 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 really want to bring this point home to an even deeper level. I want you to understand that if you do not have good packaging, if you don't have a good thumbnail or title or idea, your video can be, you could spend $100,000 on making the video. It will not perform. Your packaging is everything. And this is so frustrating because what most people do is they come up with an idea. They don't really triple check or double check that this is an idea that will perform, right? They don't do any research in it. Then they go and they film the video. They don't really even script it. They film the video and then they give the thumbnail an afterthought. I have clients who pay me $10K to be coaches, my one-to-one, to coach with me with my one-to-one that I offer. They even do this, right? It's across the board. I see this from beginners to advanced. People do this and they have it all backwards. You should be putting the most effort and time into your idea and thumbnail and title. This is why I always say you need to first come up with a banger idea. You need to make sure that you validate that idea. And then you need to go and create your thumbnail and title, at least the concepts, right? You need to do that before ever even scripting, filming, or editing a video. Because if they do not click, they do not watch. You have to do this. This is king. This is the most important thing. If you are not doing this and you're not seeing results, start putting more effort and time into your titles, your thumbnails, and your ideas, and I bet you'll be seeing insane results. The thumbnails are where 99% of people fail the most at. So this right here, guys, this is how YouTube is changing in 2026. These are the newest updates. These are the newest things coming to you. And this is kind of like the new era of YouTube. It's going to be hard mode. And we're going to win by simply coming out, by leaning into our unfair advantages, right? Using less AI is how you're going to stand out in this time. And by also focusing on high value content, good value, good storytelling, and good packaging ideas. This is how you will win more than ever in 2026. Alrighty, you have made it to the end of this program. I want to applaud you and also thank you for taking this. Most of these people who join free programs or courses like this, they never finish them. They don't understand the value of them because they're free. But I wanted to make this free because I knew it would provide so much value and open so many people's eyes to how YouTube actually works and help them really change their lives with YouTube. And I don't mean that melodramatically. I genuinely do mean that because YouTube has done that for me and for a lot of people I've worked with. Now, with that being said, though, with this being the grand finale, I wanted to applaud you and thank you for taking this and congratulate you. But I also wanted to show you what some potential next steps could be if you don't feel done just yet. Because I know there's some definitely, I've already seen it so far, some high achievers in this program. So I wanted to go ahead and give you a rundown through the different offers I have within this community for you if you feel ready to take it to the next step. Now, right here, what you just took is the YouTube Foundations, excuse me, what you just took is the YouTube Foundations course, right? And this basically is designed to get you started, really get you to your first, 1,000 subscribers and really understand how YouTube works and open your eyes to the fact that YouTube isn't just coming up with ideas and throwing it at the wall and hoping something sticks. YouTube is actually really, really strategy based. That's what this whole course was designed for. This course was designed to get you started. It was designed to help you make progress, help you break free from your limiting beliefs or any barriers or roadblocks that you've had when it comes to YouTube. And I've given you a lot. I mean, I really didn't want to hold anything back in this free when it comes to the YouTube Foundations, right? And inside here, you also got some really cool resources. Not only do you get community access to an awesome community of people, but also You get things like my custom trained AI GPT on YouTube. And I'm constantly going to be coming out with other things, right? You're also going to be entered in all of the giveaways we do, because we're going to be doing giveaways and you'll be a part of that in the free. You don't have to upgrade to be part of any of the free or any of the giveaways or prizes that we do within this community, right? My goal is to provide as much value to you as possible for free, which is why I'm telling you right now, you don't need to upgrade. It's only if you're ready to really take things to the next level. For example, the next tier that you have up, it's really for the scalers, the people who want to take YouTube to the next level. And I call this the YouTube Premium. Basically, it's everything that we already went into or covered, but in way more depth. So we deep dive on YouTube in several different masterclasses. The same way that the free course was formulated or structured is similar to this, but with the actual training material, with the free, I thought that it would be very counterintuitive to teach you guys how to do all these strategies and then make you go get paid software. So I tried showing you the free way to do everything in the free community, right? To make sure like the people who don't want to spend anything but still want YouTube to work for you, it's possible. That's what I wanted to show you. Now here, I show you how I actually do things, right? Because I don't usually use the free ways. And by the way, like for example, one of the tools I use is called Velio, and it's only $25 a month. It's really cheap, right? But it's a tool that literally makes ideation 1,000 times more accurate and easy. And I show you deep dive masterclasses in here, exactly my process to everything, how I go about making videos do well, how I launch videos for clients, how I do ideation. In the free course, I showed you the best free way to do it while still getting good results. In this premium, in YouTube Scaler, the premium, this is where I show you how I do everything. I run you through my process. I show you the like, if you want to get results fast and you want to crush it on YouTube, this is where I show you how to do that. That's just in the training material. You also get access to all my advanced templates, my systems and tools. What does this mean? It means there are a lot of different resources that I have held back for people who join this, because they wouldn't do anybody in the free much good without understanding what I cover in this training material here. And a lot of the really advanced templates and systems that I have, they only make sense if you go through these really deep dive masterclasses. However, my gosh, are they powerful. I mean, people are getting crazy results with these tools and templates and systems that I have. By the way, guys, when you're a part of the premium, the YouTube Scaler, you get access to, I work with a lot of brands, right? And you get access to a lot of limited time discounts when you're a part of the premium, the YouTube Scaler premium package. You get first access to those discounts. So that's really cool as well. What else do you get? You also get, by the way, the advanced template systems and tools, these are also other proprietary GPTs that I and other creators have worked together to build. You get 5 weekly video ideas sent to you. So I practice what I preach. I literally do YouTube research and ideation every single morning for the first 2 hours. I have over 13 channels, all trained on different algorithms. Like I think I've already shown you guys, or I've filmed so many videos at this point, I don't remember which tier I showed you that for. But I have many channels. I also use many different tools to do research. And every week, I will come and take my 5 favorite outliers that I think will perform the best. I will turn them into a formula so you can just plug and play your own niche in there. And you get 5 weekly video outlier ideas to you every single week, to the community of people inside of the YouTube Scaler Premium package. You get this every single week, which, by the way, like, people pay me a lot of money just for that. You also get behind the scenes. What does this mean? It means if you've ever wondered how I film my videos, if you've ever wondered what gear I use, both hardware and software, you want to know the cameras I use, the settings I use. You want to know the tools that I use to be able to almost edit my video while filming it with like tools like the Elgato Stream Deck, and how I put that all together, and other tools that I use, and how I what these are for. And if you want to know everything in my setup, I have like a 45+ minute video where I walk through every single piece of gear, and a separate video where I walk through every single piece of gear software-wise, basically my tech stack, right? all the tools and tech that I'm using for YouTube, all the software and hardware. We go through everything, okay? You also get weekly Q&A calls. There are people who join the premium for nothing other than this because how valuable they are. In fact, somebody who joined this and was going through our weekly Q&A calls, I literally gave him advice from a question he had. He took my advice. He had an underperforming video. Within 3 days after taking my advice that I gave him on this Q&A call, his video blew up to over 50,000 views in less than 3 days, one of his highest performing videos, just from our Q&A calls. And then on top of that, you get one group coaching call a month. What does this mean? Well, by the way, these weekly Q&A calls, these are with the community, with everyone else who's a part of the YouTube Scaler Premium. Now, the weekly Q&A calls, the one group call a month, this is where I actually have prepared material for you, and I break down the newest and juiciest stuff in terms of YouTube and how to really just crush on YouTube. So you get a ridiculous amount for the small price of only $149 a month. Again, I wanted to keep the trend of giving a ridiculous amount of value for like one for free and then second for pretty cheap. For like it almost feels like dumb not to join in on this one. Now, also the amount of resources that you're going to get is insane because, as I said, I do this all day, every day, right? So you will get updates on like all the time on new resources and tools that I'm building and discounts that I have all the time, like almost weekly probably. I'm always like, I'm obsessed. It's like a hobby of mine, building new SOPs or tools or systems or figuring out how to streamline content even more. Like you'll get access to that every single time I come out with an update. I am inside of this community for all tiers every single day. It's like literally all I do is make YouTube content and I focus on this. Like the first 4 hours of my day are focused on YouTube. The second 4 hours are focused on delivery of my product. So basically this, right? Now, if you are somebody who like you want to take YouTube to the next level and you also want to take your business to the next level with YouTube or through YouTube, then this next one is for you. And this one is for, you should already, I will say, you should only join this next tier, the VIP tier, this one. It's $8,000 a year, which is a steal compared to what I charge per month for this. But I got rid of the monthly because I only wanted people who wanted to commit for a full year to this, because this one is what I call YouTube Mastery. And for this, I only want you to do this. I only want you to join in on here if you've gone through and done most of the resources and exercises. Like if you join the YouTube Mastery, you should know your niche. You should know who you're targeting, right? You should have all those basics down and pretty clear. If you don't have clarity on that, this probably isn't the right package for you. If you do and you're ready for wild growth, YouTube Mastery is for you. So not only do you get everything in both the free and the premium as far as deep dives and as far as like master classes go, but what we really focus in on YouTube Mastery is how to grow your business with YouTube. So I'm about to hit my first 100K month, $100,000 within 30 days from only organic YouTube. And I have about over 24,000 subscribers at the time of recording this. And that is all through organic YouTube traffic, right? Now, so far, cash collected, I have about $92,000 in the last month, but I'm thinking it's not the end of the month yet. I'm thinking that I'm going to be hitting over $100,000 this month, which is super exciting. It's my first 100K month ever, and it's all through organic YouTube. Inside of here, I'm giving you my exact blueprint of how I do it. I hold nothing back. My exact step-by-step blueprint. That's why this is a steal. $8,000 a year is a steal for this. Now, you get separate pre-recorded masterclasses on all of the different ways to make $10,000 a month with YouTube or more. What do I mean? I have made over $10,000 in a month with just brand deals and sponsorships. I show you exactly how to do that and set that up. I have made well over $10,000 with my own products, right? At this point, almost $100,000 with my own products, all from organic YouTube. I'm going to show you how to do that. I've grown an email newsletter to almost 10,000, all with organic content. I'm going to show you how I did that. I'm going to show you everything step by step. I'm going to show you all of the models that I've done. I'm going to show you how I've run pre-recorded courses. I'm going to show you how I've sold cohorts. I'm going to show you exactly in the ecosystem for it all, the step-by-step for it all. I'm going to show you exactly how to set up your email newsletter step-by-step and how to optimize it and how to set up automations and email flows and all that stuff. I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you email templates with it as well. I'm going to give you like literally everything you need for the full, in terms of sponsorships and brand deals. I'm going to give you the exact email templates to work with them, how to pitch them, how to price yourself, everything. Whether you are wanting to scale past $5,000 to $10,000 per month or more with brand deals and sponsorships or with your own offer, this is the package for you, okay? What else do you get when you join? You get on-demand audits from me. You need a script that needs revising, or not revising, reviewed. You want me to review one of your YouTube scripts. You want me to review one of your YouTube videos, your thumbnails. Send it off to me and you will get a personal on-demand audit from me when you're a part of this. You also get private WhatsApp group with everyone else who's inside the YouTube Mastery VIP group. You also get weekly group coaching calls. So basically we're going to have, when you're part of the YouTube Mastery, you get 4 like group coaching calls, not Q&A, coaching calls a month. And one of those coaching calls, the YouTube scalers join in on. Just one of them, right? But for us, for everyone in YouTube Mastery VIP, you get weekly group coaching calls. These are pre-planned like lessons that I have for you plus Q&A. And you guys also, of course, get access to the weekly Q&A calls that the YouTube scalers get access to. Now, you also get full access to all of my viral templates, SOPs, systems, scripts, and talent. Everything, my GPTs, everything. Like literally everything I use, you get access to. Everything. And then when I say talent, what do I mean? I mean, you get access to my personal pool of editors, thumbnail designers, and other talent that I recommend, script writers. You get access to them, right? When you break this down and how much all of these are worth by themselves, $8,000 is a absolute steal. But I understand that everybody doesn't have $8,000 to spend a year. I also understand that everybody doesn't have $149 a month to spend. That's totally fine. That is why I made the free program. I genuinely wanted to help as many people as possible. The most important part of this is that even if you don't join a paid, I don't care, guys. Like I make a good amount of money. I don't need you to join these. Of course, I want you to, and of course it helps my business grow. But that's not the point. Even if you don't join, it doesn't matter. What I want you to do is I want you to do what's best for you, okay? And I do not want you to stop being consistent. If you can't afford the YouTube Scaler or you can't afford YouTube Mastery, it doesn't matter. You have access to the free. What I need you to do is take everything in here and be as consistent as possible. And you will get, honestly, if you guys are in the free and you are consistent for 6 months, you'll probably get better results than somebody who joins the VIP and is consistent for only 3 weeks or a month, right? That's the power of consistency. But if you guys are ready to take it to the next level, if you're ready to become a YouTube scaler and join the YouTube Premium, or if you're ready to take it to the super next level and grow your business alongside your YouTube, then you should join YouTube Mastery VIP. And with that being said, guys, if you did enjoy anything so far, whether you're in the premium and you're thinking of scaling up to the VIP, or whether you're in the standard and you want to join one of these, if you have enjoyed this so far, I would massively appreciate that you go below in the description of this video, the grand finale video, and leave a review. It would mean the world to me. Because I love hearing the feedback from you guys on this product, because it's something like I genuinely care about. I really, really put a lot of time and effort into building, planning, and filming, and producing this free course for all of you. So at the end of the day, I hope that regardless, whatever you choose to do, whatever road you go down, or whatever path you decide to go down, I wish you nothing but the best. I thank you wholeheartedly for being here, and I want nothing more than for you to be successful on YouTube. With that being said, guys, you are genuinely the best. I love you all. Thank you so much for taking this, and I'll see you guys in the next one.